Does it let you talk here? It should.
Hello?
Hello. Nice to
Yo,
meet
what's
you.
up? Yeah, nice to meet you too. Wait, hang on, let me turn you up a bit. Okay, it should be good now.
All right.
Yo, yo, yo. Yo, thank you for doing this, bro.
No worries.
Yeah, I was just wanted to, I guess talk a little bit about the game
Yeah.
and I guess about, I don't know. I mean, I guess you've been following the Echo thing a little bit.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, so the plan is with the Echo team, I guess, is that we want to try and do a day one clear. Um, which is looking to be maybe a bit rough for us because some people haven't played much, some people haven't been farming that many loadouts and stuff, and it's been a bit
Yeah.
hard to get them to play together. But I think maybe it's salvageable and winnable. Um, but yeah, I just wanted to talk, I guess, in general about the game, about Destiny 2, and because part of the issue I've been having as a player is there's just a mass amount of kind of like information in this game, and there's lots of stuff. Like there's lots of people saying, like I should follow what this streamer says or that streamer, or hey, this person said this is good, yada 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 yada, and
Yeah, it's definitely hard. I mean, even
with
streamers can give you misinfo. I'm sure at times even I myself do because there is just so much
yeah,
weird stuff in this
absolutely.
game, and like yeah, it's weird. Like sometimes a new patch comes out and I have like 5 people in my chat tell me something. I believe it. I start saying it, and then I realize they were wrong. You know, like it happens unfortunately. Uh,
Yeah,
for sure.
no, no, but so I mean, okay, so I have like a few questions for you.
Mhm.
I guess number one is I guess more related to just how do you guys approach loadouts as a team? Uh, like
Yeah,
or
I actually wanted to start from that because I feel like that's one of the
okay,
most like sketchy things. So that's a
yeah,
good question. Uh,
okay. Do you want
s-
me to expand upon it or
yeah, I mean I can. If you want to expand on it. Otherwise, I give you like I
I
can
mean to be
probably just
honest,
talk. Up to you.
yeah. I think that's best. If you just
Okay.
give me your kind of like general thoughts, I guess.
Mhm. So I mean, I start with saying that this game is like there is a lot of stuff in it, but it's actually quite simple in terms of what you should actually be using in a day one because 95% of the sandbox just blows compared to like what's meta, and like it's not even close. So ultimately, you don't really have that much of a choice. Like if you're not playing a Sar subclass, you're probably throwing unless you're like Void Hunter for the most part. Uh, right. So it's like we don't have to think super hard about loadouts because like we know now this might change in the next patch, but like we know if you're Warlock, you have to play well. Otherwise, you're just what are you doing? You know, it's like the game is kind of like this. Uh, so that's also why it's easier to make loadouts because we're not making builds for you know Arc Warlock or like a Stasis Warlock. That's just never gonna happen in a day one, right?
Right.
Uh,
Okay. No, that makes sense. Okay.
uh, Yeah, overall, I mean, the first thing you have to like decide when you go into the V1 is like the class comp, which I'm not sure if you guys are already like decided on that. Like, I don't know, one Titan, three Warlocks, like stuff like that.
Yeah, we haven't really decided, or like we kind of just like YOLO'd
Mm-hmm.
classes when we played the game. I think like right now we have what you call it, two warlocks, two hunters, two titans.
I see.
Um, but yeah, I got told that it doesn't really matter too much for like a day one clear.
He's one of the
But yeah,
world first WoW
I'm the
winners.
person that's played the game the most,
Yes, yeah.
so I mean, I obviously prepped like a warlock a little bit,
I
um,
see.
but it's not something I played like I guess an insane amount.
Yeah, I see,
To
I
be
see.
honest with you, compared to Titan. But yeah.
So the meta will change a bit because you're probably gonna be able to actually die in a well now. But aside from that, I think Titans right now are the least useful because the only value they bring is the mini hammer just being unbelievably broken. And so if there is an encounter where you need that clear, and there are a bunch of like majors with a lot of health, you can just like fly at their face and just bonk them and you kill them in 2 hits, right? Which
Yep.
no other class can really do. Like Warlocks have some
Yeah.
bracers, Hunters have Lucky Pants, but they don't have that versatility of like, I go there, I know I won't die because I have a Healing Nade and I one-shot them. So I think Titans do bring that extra value in like encounters that don't have a boss. That other classes might not have. Even Strand Titan is good, even if I would never suggest using it in a day one because Strand Titan, while being hard, it's harder to die on Strand Titan if you have Banner of War and Woven Mail, but if you don't have it active, you can't decide to activate it. While on Solar, you can throw an Healing Aid, which knowing that you can do it on demand, I feel like has more value when you're in a scenario that you don't know, right? You don't know enemy spawns, you don't know if you have to like do a mechanic on the fly and you can't go get like Woven Mail or anything. So, yeah. Titan brings that value to the team. I mean, you can definitely go in a Chu comp in a day one and clear. Like, yeah, it's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Like, our team is probably not gonna have more than one Titan. We might even have 0 because
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like
that little into it.
I'm like very hard Titan main. I've never played a day one not on Titan, but I might consider it like this time.
Okay. That's interesting.
Not sure though. Like that's why I've been playing like a lot of Hunter because yeah. Anyways,
Yeah. Because you might end up playing Hunter.
Yeah, the one other value Titans can bring, it's kind of like a niche thing, but if you're playing Strand and you melee an enemy, it severs them, which makes them do 40% less damage for like 15 seconds. So if there ever is a boss that does a fuck ton of damage and you're like, I need to survive this boss, because there is no way to avoid the damage, Titan does give you that value. But you can use you can sever also with weapons. There is a perk Slice, where your weapon severs after you use a class ability, so you don't necessarily need a Titan for that. It's just like a thing you can do.
Right.
And then the last thing Titans can do, last 2 things I guess. One of the aspects on Strand, when you pop your super, it gives Woven Mail to your whole team, so everyone takes 40% less damage for 10 seconds. Again, that's like very strong. But then you're stuck mid-super, which is sketchy, because what are you gonna do with that if the boss is far? There is a glitch where if you swap, you go to your inventory, swap your class item, it takes you out of your super, so you can do that. But, yeah.
Okay.
Not your class item, your class ability, sorry, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was actually wondering that, like, because I talked to a few other people and they said they would kind of, I mean, despite the Strand nerfs, they still want to play it just for like to bring ad clear. Because Strand is still like very strong at that, and
Yeah.
just to potentially bring like DR to their team and what have you.
Yeah, like I consider myself very good on Strand, like I do speedruns with it. I still wouldn't feel confident running it in a day one. Like I might swap to it if I think I need it for some specific reason. Otherwise, I just think Solar is superior in so many ways because of that, like, versatility of like you cannot die if you have a Healing Nade on demand and you just use it at the right time.
Yeah.
Like Strand is just, you know, you can miss your grapple on Strand, you can be out of cooldowns. On Solar, it's just very hard for you to not have cooldowns. Your super is also like so good. I don't know if you...
Yeah.
Like, not I think Paragals is pretty bad, but like the other super, if you cast it while you're on the ground, you make a sunspot and you actually can't die. Like it heals you so hard.
Man.
Yeah.
Dude, that's actually okay. So I've obviously been playing solo talent quite a bit, and I would say that min-maxing damage as solar is like kind of horrible. Like because I feel like so many bosses, you know, you're playing, you know, you're like your typical burning wall syntheseps, and then damage is coming. It's hard to extend roaring flames, and then you pop like you do your swap to Paragals, you pop super, and it just feels so clunky. And then I don't
You
know.
can get stuck on everything,
And
like
you
it's
can get
just weird.
stuck on
Yeah.
everything. Stairs, like wall. Guy goes airborne, you miss it. I don't know. It's the worst, bro. It's horrible. Um,
Titans also have, like, if you're playing Titan, you're probably never playing Stasis and Arc, like that doesn't exist, but you could play Void, because Banner Shield is pretty good. Like, it pretty much blocks anything that shoots you for like 15 seconds, and gives everyone behind 40% damage buff. Obviously,
with the
the
Ursa
big,
Furiosa
yeah,
setup, right? Yeah.
it's like, it's a damage loss, but if you don't really need a lot of like DPS, it gives you a lot of safety, and it gives you total damage ultimately, because your team is gonna do more damage with their ammo, and you save yours, right? So you don't. So it has like that value. It hasn't really been used in a while, because we have been invincible in a well for like 3 years, and so like you didn't even need to do that, right? But if you're actually gonna die, it might help. Anyways, in general, like when you're doing a boss encounter, to go a bit into loadouts, you need to make sure you have a buff, a debuff, and surges. Those are the 3 things that lets you do damage, right?
Yeah.
Now, for the debuff, unless if you have a div that's 15% and you wanna settle for that, you can. Otherwise, if you want the 30%, you either go Tether on Hunter or you have someone on Tractor. I think those are the 2 like main options. You could also have a Void Grenade to debuff, or if there is an artifact mod to debuff, but that's a bit more inconsistent, shorter duration. So
yeah. Actually, something I wanted to ask about that is because like I sort of found it confusing, because not every boss, like how do you determine whether a boss is like a good div boss or a good tractor boss, or like for example, Caretaker. Why is Caretaker not a good div boss?
because it's just so close that you can just Tractor it. Like,
Okay, so that's just the reason, because even if it's immune, you can like play tractor and like it's just close range, right?
The thing is though, like I'm pretty sure we did use Div on Caretaker Day 1. I would have to rewatch, but
okay.
I mean, back then Div was a 30% debuff, so you didn't even really have like.
Okay. So it's even more OP.
Yeah.
Before you got it nerfed, right?
Yeah, exactly. I suggested to drop that shit to 0. If it was for me, it just does the bubble. Anyways.
Okay.
No, like in a day 1, you never have to optimize damage that much. Usually, like you can probably just use a div and kill a boss, right? But if you don't need the div, like okay, the biggest example, like if you're fighting Oryx, why would you use a div, right?
Right. Yeah.
Because the crit is just so easy. Like I think you just have to think about it like that. Like, do I need the help to hit my shots? If it's yes, then might as well run the div.
Right, so like Rourke, right? There's like really good div case because he's like moving around and you can hit him really easily with that.
Yeah, also because like people think it's good for precision weapons, which is true, but if it's a boss that's like pretty thin hitbox like Rourke, having that bubble makes you hit rockets better, like much better, even if it's not a precision weapon.
Yeah.
Obviously it doesn't crit or anything, like it's yellow because it's debuffed, but it's still nice for consistency. So like you're never gonna go wrong if you use div in a boss that's like hard to hit. The consistency you gain is always worth it, pretty much.
No, I can see that.
Anyways, in general, for your loadouts, you usually clone every loadout that you're gonna use for damage. Actually, I'll stream you my game on Discord.
Yeah, sure.
Checking right away.
Yep. I am in it.
I guess let me go to my Titan. In any boss encounter, you gotta set up your loadouts like this. That's just a generic rule. Someone might do it slightly different, but I don't know. Let me get Sunshot, I guess. 1 sec. Okay. So, when you go into an encounter, this works both for a non-boss encounter and a boss encounter, right? But you set up your loadout so that you have a scab for your heavy usually.
Yeah.
Recuperation, mandatory, like you can't play without this. And then this is kind of like up to you. If it's not a boss encounter, you don't care about wasting armor charge, you can use a surge, you can use better already. It gives you some extra health when you pick up the orb, because it starts your health regen if you don't get it. You can run double scabs if you want another scab for your primary. What?
Do you ever play surge mods on a boss? Oh, sorry, on boots outside of DPS like loadout? Like, let's say if you're playing a trash loadout, do you ever play like say like solo surge on boots, or is that more just purely for like solo content? You would do that.
In a non-boss encounter, I can just play like this if I want my sun shot through like 10% more or whatever it is, 12%. Like, you can do it because whether you get armor charge or not, it doesn't matter. You're not using the armor charge for anything else, right? In a boss encounter, it's mandatory for you to not have anything that can consume it.
For special finisher.
And you put on special finisher, or it doesn't have to be special like, it depends, because if you need to do finishers for any reason, you don't want to do a finisher and then waste your stacks, right?
Right.
In a team of 6, someone is probably placing a well, you're probably picking up your surges anyways during damage, so it doesn't matter as much, right?
Yeah.
Still though, for safety, it's nice to have special finisher. Even utility kickstart, like if you never use your class ability, like Titans rarely do, you can even do this. As long as you don't use it, you don't consume it, right?
Okay.
Because this is like another option in case you have to like do finishers and don't want to lose stacks. But again, in a day one, probably won't matter. I suggest always having on powerful attraction, because often when you're at risk, I guess not really on Warlock, but on other classes, you use your class ability, and if there is an orb that's close to you, you just like go back to full health because of recuperation. So there is not really a reason to not have this on ever, right? And this mod doesn't really matter. Bomber is nice, you can go double powerful attraction. This one is extremely good because this makes you 100% invincible during a finisher. This overshield is like insane.
Yeah, that's really nice actually. I've used that a few times.
Yeah, and then, so like I would clone this loadout, right? And the clone loadout, like I like to put, I have my running loadouts, like mechanics loadout on the right and my DPS ones on the left, just to not confuse myself usually, but it would be the same exact loadout, but you then have the triple solar surge, or whatever, sorry, strand in this case, because I'm using a strand GL, I guess. Obviously, in the DPS loadout, you don't care as much as your stats. As long as resilience is maxed, you're usually fine. You're not staying on this for long anyways. And then on the class item, you need to have double time dilation, or at least one, because it makes your armor charge last longer. So if for any reason you only have one orb, that's still like 17 seconds, right? Which is probably most of the phase.
Yeah, for sure.
You can keep up powerful attraction, that's fine. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I like to also have on my... Like, I don't need those things on my gloves, right? Because I'm doing DPS, so I'm not gonna like use my mini hammer for anything. I like to use dexterity or loaders for the weapons I'm using. Now, it depends. Some weapons I have auto-loading, so the loaders won't do anything, right? But dexterity is like can't work. Like, I don't know, a super common thing is doing like easy rocket. Now, I don't know if it's gonna be done next day one, but if you do easy rocket, you play with like a loader for your rocket and then dexterity for bot if you can.
Yeah. Yeah, I've played Easy Rocket quite a bit, but it's I don't know. There's like, oh yeah, that's what I was gonna ask you. So how do you guys? So obviously, like Izzy Rocket is one of, or Izzy Transit is like one of like the, well, kind of like go to like normal DPS rotations, right? For most day ones.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd use easy with AGL because GLs gain value by just dumping them. You don't really
Okay.
do a rotation on them. I feel like it's sketchy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something you can do. I can expand on that later.
Okay. Okay.
Obviously, loaders don't do anything on easy. I think you do know that, but don't put that on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
My chat told me about that. It's a bit weird.
Yeah,
I
like
guess.
this could be like how a loadout like works for me in a day one in case I was using a rocket. Like that's, I would have the blinding GL here. This is like the strongest weapon in the game in my opinion. Like it's not even close, but I don't
Yeah,
think you have this.
I don't have that. I have a pod or dust crafted though.
Yeah.
With disorientating.
Auto-loading blinding works. Slide shot is just completely broken. It insta reloads every slide.
Yeah, I saw my friend running around with that. It looks really strong. He's just sliding, shooting, sliding, shooting. It looks really cool.
Not everyone likes it though. Like I like to play with a primary that can do most things and a blinding GL. But yeah, it's preference,
Okay,
I
so,
guess.
so when you play day one as Titan, you play like more like an ad clear / support type role, basically.
I don't know. We are very like,
Or would you classify it differently?
I don't know. It's like we have some people on the team that are more vocal than others, but that doesn't mean those people are gonna necessarily do mechanic. Like if someone understands the mechanic and they're like, I'm gonna do this, we're gonna be like, all right. Or if I understand something and I'm like, okay, I take this role, they're gonna be like, all right. Like we trust each other, so that depending on who picked up how to do what, we just let that person do it, and then I can swap my loadout accordingly, right? So I don't preemptively go into an encounter being like, I'm gonna be ad clear. That doesn't happen. I'm actually one of
Okay.
those that tries to figure out how to do things.
Right.
Ultimately, this is very versatile. Like you can do whatever you want with this, right? It's
Yeah, it's true. You can, yeah. No, for sure. Definitely.
yeah.
And
For
and
the
in
people
terms
on your
of-
team, go ahead. This way.
Oh yeah, I was
Okay.
just gonna ask about because obviously you talked about hating pyro girls, right?
Mhm.
Do you like? I mean, does that mean on most boss fights on day one, like you never do a kind of like syntheseps into pyro girls or
They fixed
whatever
that.
into pyro girls?
They.
No, I don't mean that. I meant just like DPS
Oh,
swapping
okay.
to pyro girls. Sorry.
I
Maybe I
don't
should
even
clarify
plan
that.
to ever equipping this other super as of right now. Like I just think it's awful.
Okay.
If I'm out of ammo, I'll just pop Hammer of Soul and just throw it. It's pretty good.
Yeah. So that's
Uh,
basically how you play solo Titan in the day one. You just
yeah.
like use
Like
your super more for ag clear or like okay, if I'm out of ammo, fuck
I
it, you know.
I use it as a parry almost. Like if I know a stomp is about to one shot me, I just click it. Like it's, or like if I'm gonna die no matter what, I make sure to stay on the ground, so I make the sunspot and click it. Like I use it as a safety thing. If my healing nade can't save me or I don't have an healing nade, it's like a second safety net. Which not dying in a day one is one of the biggest things. Like if you're not dying, you're probably already playing pretty well.
Right.
People play differently though, so that's not like a science, right? I like to save it if I need it. Some people might like play it more aggressively, but I feel like you don't really need to use a super for ad clear. Like most of the time, as long as everyone is shooting, you shouldn't get overwhelmed.
Okay.
I was gonna say, for people on your team, if they haven't played much, they have to get used to the damage stars, swap to surges. Like as cringe as it is, they just have to do it, because if you're missing 25% damage, like
yeah. It's pretty bad, yeah. No, I
Yeah.
mean they have started to get used to it a bit, like
Mhm.
the most recent time that we played, like the loadout swapping.
Yeah.
Like I'll usually call at the moment just like, you know, loadout swap, DPS coming or whatever.
Yeah.
But
It's
yeah.
pretty like, it's pretty annoying. Like even during Root of Nightmares when it came out, that was the first season we had loadouts. We forgot multiple times to swap. Like, so it's like it happens, you know. It's
Yeah.
if you remember though, it's obviously very good.
Yeah. No, I mean, I will say it's I wish it was like slightly faster to loadout swap.
Yeah, fair.
I have heard you can like macro it, but that's like a bit.
I didn't even know that's a thing.
Monk S and
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
I'm against using macros, but I don't think it
allowed to do that
matters.
sort of thing. Yeah.
You're kind of capped in speed anyways. Like if I open it and go here, I can't click like
Right.
like there's, I don't know. It doesn't really like. It doesn't really matter. Usually you're not swapping loadout in the middle of damage or serving a low man. It's usually after you finish mechanics before the damage phase starts, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, yeah. I mean, when I did some solo stuff though, and I needed to swap, it was kind of a bit annoying.
yeah, that's fair. It's also something you
It's
have to
like-
use too. But
Yeah, for sure. But no, it's definitely, I don't know, yeah. It's just like something to get used to, I guess. But
apparently,
oh,
if you
yeah,
press the arrow in the keyboard, like left arrow, it insta opens. I don't ever do that, but apparently it's a thing.
oh really?
Yeah,
Okay.
try it. Yeah, it does work, but
Okay.
I wouldn't do that. Just stay to your moves.
Yeah.
Um,
No, okay. So, okay, yeah. My other question was related to how do you guys? So, this comes down to what I was talking about before, of like lots of misinformation and stuff. But how do you guys determine what is like the best for damage? Do you guys do your own DPS testing, or like are you guys influenced more by like maybe some like other people, like like for example Aegis does like his like really in-depth videos about damage, or you know, like how do you guys determine, oh okay, this rotation is like the best on X amount of seconds of damage or
Yeah.
whatever, you know?
So I'm gonna start with saying that despite having balanced patches, obviously the game is somewhat the same, right? So
Okay.
after a patch happens, I probably know what's gonna be good or if the meta changed or not by just like looking at the numbers, right? I don't really need to retest things usually.
Okay.
In general, I think if you're using Easy Rocket or if you're using like a GL, you're fine. It doesn't really matter because no boss in a day one is ever gonna be like hard to kill in this game.
Yep.
It's like there could be a final stand that's a bit tight if it's like a short final stand, but otherwise you're never gonna end up in a situation where you're using a Navy that's not meta and so you don't kill, unless you're using something awful, of course, but as long as you're using a good weapons, you will kill. Yeah. Like, obviously you need to have ammo and certain weapons are harder to have max ammo every phase on, right? Like certain weapons have way more total damage, right? You don't want to use a Navy where like you dump all, or you could, but if you use a Navy that you dump all your like ammo phase 1 and then phase 2 you struggle for ammo, that's gonna be an issue, right? You might as well at that point use a linear that has like more total maybe and do less damage first phase but be full ammo second phase very confidently, right? So I'm not saying you should use a linear in the day one, but in a day one total damage and like how good you're gonna be on ammo every phase is usually way more value than, oh, I did 10% more damage on first phase and I dumped all my ammo.
Yeah. You mean like using like Sleeper, for example, I guess?
I don't know how Sleeper is doing in total, but yeah, like my point is as long as everyone does their job, you are gonna hit killable damage. So
Yeah.
obviously
Okay.
if you do a fuck ton of damage and then you have leeway on the next phases, even if maybe someone is dead or anything, that's good, right? But you need to make sure you're not using a setup that like destroys your ammo economy, or
Yeah.
you also have to always consider realistic setups. Like you can't just watch an Aegis video and be like, oh, I'm gonna do this rocket GL easy rotation. Like you're not playing double special in a day one, right? So like don't worry about the theoretical DPS, worry more about, let me use a loadout that allows me to confidently do the encounter and also like have ammo every phase while doing decent damage, and that's probably good. Yeah, overall the thing is just to not overcomplicate it, I guess.
Okay. So just go for something that's like consistent and safe,
Yeah.
basically.
Like, I don't
Yeah.
even know if we're gonna be using GLs because 6 people shooting GLs, strafing in a well, like, you're gonna kill each other. Or if someone, aside from that, the GLs kind of fall off very hard if you don't have envious fully stocked. And
Yes, that's true.
if one dies during the mechanics, like, and they don't have envious, like,
Envious is
you
gone.
can't just wait for him to get envious back. Like, that's
No.
so. Like, envious is a perk that's bad for day ones, despite everyone saying it's like, oh, the hard damage meta. Yeah, but you might actually make it harder on yourself because, because of that.
makes a lot of
You're gonna
sense.
be kind of gambling, obviously, because if the day one is very easy, maybe you use envious, you fry the boss, like 2-phase, okay, GG. But you might also end up in a scenario that's hard and that antagonizes you, right? So you're always making like calculated risks. You never really know what's gonna work, what's gonna not, but you can definitely make an educated guess. Hello, Yellow. Sorry for not
Okay.
being able to join earlier.
No, that's cool. No, thank you for that. That's nice info actually. Okay, so in general, it's more like everyone plays super safe. They play like very safe builds, and just because they know for a fact that you can. I mean, most bosses you have like 3 DPS phases on right before you hit enrage,
Yeah,
and
lately, yes.
that's basically why, because it's like easy to basically beat kill the boss if you just like play to enrage and play safe and don't risk anything.
Yeah, it's because they made the bosses for you to be able to kill them with pretty much any heavy weapon you use. I mean, you might still be able to kill even them on machine guns, right? So, granted that, obviously, you don't have to do anything crazy, right? So as long as you can execute the 3 phases in a row where people aren't dying, you're doing your damage, you're gonna kill.
Yeah.
So using a loadout that lets you do that without having to do some insane rotation, it's good.
Yeah.
Like, teams that are good teams are teams that once they figure out mechanic, they like execute and kill the boss like pretty quick, right? There can be exceptions. Like, have you done WoW or no?
I've done like Rook because he's in the
Okay.
Pantheon, and I've done Caretaker, and that's it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, like WoW, it's like Rook is a boss where even after you figure out mechanic, you can still wipe a lot because people die doing
Right.
damage. It's hard to do damage. Final stand is kind of tight, or at least was.
Yeah.
So like there can be exceptions, but for the most part, like if you have a boss like Caretaker, once you know how Caretaker is done, like a good team is gonna clear it like soon, right? Because there isn't anything that deep when you're doing the damage, as long as you manage your ammo economy.
Okay.
And anyways, same regarding DPS. I'm still unsure about using rockets, GLs, or using even something else because I need to talk with my team. I have to do some more testings. Things are gonna slightly change. There is something weird. I don't know if you know about this, but up until the Crota Day 1, because they fixed it during Crota, Galorn was giving like a 70% damage buff if you had 6 people on it because the Wolfpack rounds were glitching and like physicking the boss or something. So
Oh, what?
up until then, rockets were just so much better in practice, even if damage testing they weren't that much better because they just chunked the boss basically, right? So up until then, like rockets were just so crazy, right? They fixed that. Now GLs are in the equation. Linears are getting nerfed less than GLs and rockets because I think GLs and rockets are going down like what 7%. They're losing boss spec. So like it's gonna be somewhat closer as a meta. So I can't really like tell you on the fly like, yeah, use this, use that. It's gonna be a bit encounter dependent and yeah. Ideally we get encounters where the better you do the mechanics, the more damage you do because I think they're the coolest encounters. Like Oryx, for example, if you do 4 bombs, you get longer time, right?
Right.
When you get an encounter like that, usually the loadout you use matters even less, which is cooler because you just got to execute better and then the damage is gonna be like fine, right?
Yeah.
Or even Ryut. Have you done Crota or no?
No, I haven't done.
Okay,
Crota.
never mind. Yeah, the faster you do the mechanics, the more time you have to DPS there. So like, yeah.
Okay.
In bosses like that, it matters a bit less what you use for damage. If it's a boss that has a very static damage phase instead, yeah, your loadout might matter more. But as long as you all are surge swapping, you have the damage buff, which you have well, so you're gonna have that, or you have the debuff, you should be fine. One thing to consider is, because I mentioned earlier, you could technically use div even with rockets. Also because you're doing easy rocket usually, so your easy can use a div, right?
Yeah.
One thing to mention though is if you're running rockets, you have to run galley because that's like I think it's a 30% buff with Wolf crowns. Like you just have to for rockets.
Yeah, it's massive DPS.
And the thing is, the galley does less damage, right, than other people because the galley kind of sucks by itself. So you usually don't want to pair a galley and a div because then you have two people that aren't doing damage, and it's not great, right?
Okay.
I'm not saying like it's always the case, but if you're using a div, usually rockets are losing value to that, right? Because
Right.
on a GL, the other 5 people are going to just use a GL, so no one else is losing damage, right? Or even on linears, on sleeper or whatever. Whisper is very good right now. If there is a boss where you can use Whisper, it's probably gonna be like so good because it has so much total.
So oftentimes you guys only use like one thing, like in terms of like one buff slash debuff. Like you wouldn't use galley with div or galley with tractor.
Galley with tractor makes a bit more sense,
Right.
but yeah, I know it's hard to say.
Because of like two people not doing damage is the reason.
No, you can do galley with div. It's just like you have to keep that in mind, right? Like you have to ask yourself, do I really need to do this? Could they maybe use GLs, or like do I really need the div? Like if the answer is yes, then sure you can do it. I'm saying like keep in mind that you have two people that are probably gonna do less.
Yeah.
And that said, now since they didn't nerf it, both tractor and galley, if you give them to an hunter, can do lucky pants, which are crazy. So like they're not gonna do 0 damage, they're gonna do like pretty good because they out damage any special weapon by a lot. And usually if you're on galley or tractor, you're damaging with a special weapon. Not anymore if you're on lucky pants, which is situational because the boss has to be pretty close since they don't have much range, but it is an option.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw the what is it? Isn't the best tractor rotation the double shotgun tractor thing?
Yeah, but like something like that is like insane. You should never do that in a day one. If you're using
Never do
tractor
that
in the day one and you're like not using lucky pants, you equip a fusion rifle and hold left click. Like that's your rotation, like because
it's way easier.
because you want a primary and
know,
that's easy.
comments or-
Works at like
Yeah.
mid range. You can have your fusion have slice, right? As I said, so you pop the class ability, then after you shoot, boss does 40% less damage. The season 1 has slice that can run.
Yeah.
I mean, I like to tractor a lot on Titan. Like if I can tractor a boss, I probably will because I know I'm making everyone do 30% more, and then I can, if the boss stomps and it's risky, I cast my super after I tractor. So I can damage with that, and it usually lasts the same duration as this tractor. So after I end my super, I can tractor again, then run away. You know, I have a healing nade. Like it's, if you can get away with using tractor, it's usually very good because you're guaranteeing a debuff, and you also let your team run whatever they want. And the more golden guns you have, the better it is, right?
Okay.
It's, I don't know, it's a bit hard to talk about strats because they're very like team dependent, I suppose, right? Obviously ours like work, I guess, but
So you think double special is never the play on a day one, even with indebted kindness being as like ammo efficient and strong as it is?
you can run it, but you're still not like, even if you run fusion and undebited kindness for whatever reason, you're not swapping during DPS to double shotty and going point blank to a boss. Like, unless the boss is literally a point blank boss that doesn't attack back, you just wouldn't want to do that,
Yeah.
right? It's a thing that really only works in a very controlled scenario. It's like, I don't know. Like, what if you hit final stand and something spawns in the sky, you gotta shoot it, and you're looking at it with a double shotty? Like, I just don't want to
Yeah.
have... you never want to
Then you're-
commit to
then
like
you're
something
fucked.
crazy. Yeah, like...
No,
I don't know.
for sure, that makes sense.
Damage is really like something you shouldn't overthink. Like, I don't know if you were struggling with damage in the Pantheon, but I'm not sure. I didn't really watch the runs too much.
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, if we wanted to hit platinum, then yeah, definitely.
In which boss?
On like all of them, I guess.
Okay, so it's fair. It's fair. I mean, I'm
Oh,
just
well,
asking. Like,
Oh, well,
it's pretty
okay,
normal
like,
if you're new. Like,
no, explicator would be
yeah,
like
that's fair.
big
Makes
one.
sense.
I mean, I mean, okay, so I don't know if maybe we were like trolling a little bit too hard, but Atrax was like, whoa, I don't know. I don't know if we should have just gone for like a safer do all the mechanics type of thing, but
Aatrax,
we kept on pulling until we could like cheese it properly and well, just like do like a good, you know, one phase type of thing.
Aatrax is a weird one, so that's... there is no point in talking about that. Like, for Aatrax, you just want to like Parasite Thunder Crush and that's it. That's not a damage rotation. That's just like...
Exactly. I mean, that's...
Yeah, but then
We had-
debuffs don't work, Surges don't work. It's just a broken boss. There is no like... No point in even
Yeah.
talking about that.
Yeah, it's a really strange fight actually. It's
It's
really weird
cool,
one.
but it got power crept so hard. Thunder Crush
Yeah.
didn't even exist back then, like... Not the exotic chess piece, at least.
Oh really? Oh, okay.
Definitely not. We did it with Xenophage, like 4 phase on day 1.
Yeah, my chat told me that actually. He did also Xenophage.
Planets is a weird one too, because on Planets it doesn't matter how much DPS you're doing, you just got a burst as soon as you hit the threshold and he pulls out the iPad. That's the only thing that matters. Extremely weird boss. And if you aren't
Pulls out
doing...
the iPad.
Yeah. If you aren't doing that, you're gonna struggle for the 2 phase, but that doesn't mean you have bad damage, right? It's just like a weird boss.
Yeah.
Like for example, I like pre-cast Goldie when I see that he's about to hit threshold, shoot the Goldie and then fire like a rocket or two, like, and that chunks him, but it's very particular. There is usually no boss where you wanna like stop damage and prep him. In a day 1 anyways, you aren't gonna do that. Like in a day 1, you're on plans, you just bake the boss and you 3 phase, right? No one is gonna go for a 2 phase. You can, but if it happens, right? You don't need to get plat time or anything weird.
Right, exactly.
They're never gonna do a boss in a day 1 where if you don't do that kind of weird burst damage, you don't kill, I don't think. Would be weird.
Yeah.
You can probably just shoot the boss. Again, unless they do another Aatrax, which I don't think they can do anymore.
Yeah, I hope not, because wasn't there some weird shit where there was like a vandal outside the spaceship?
Even if they code it properly, like back then we didn't have supers that did actually good damage. Right now, if they did another boss like Aatrax, they would be like forcing people to swap off Warlock because they can't do anything to it. Like,
Yeah.
they have like Needlestorm and Nova, but they aren't great. It's just the burst supers are just very unbalanced, so I don't think they will ever do a boss that has like a 2 seconds damage phase anymore. Right?
Yeah.
Because if it's a crit boss, you will have to go 6 Hunters. If it's a non-crit boss, you will have to go 6 Thunder Crushes. There is just no, like, place for every class to shine in a short damage phase in this sandbox,
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know, though. We never know, obviously.
Okay.
Uh,
No, that's nice to know. Yeah, so okay. So play safe. Safe builds. Play for 3 phasing.
yeah, for sure, you don't... I mean, even if you
cool.
can push to final in 2 phases, you never, like, do, because I doubt you saved all your supers and all your ammo.
Right.
Like, you don't want to
Yeah.
risk that. It depends. Obviously, if you're, like, absolutely frying and you do 75% of his health in 1 phase, sure, go for it. But I hope they don't do another Root of Nightmare raid that ends in less than 3 hours, right? I would hope the raids are at least like 8 hours and you actually have to
I
do
think-
damage, so
I think if that happens again, people will be very upset.
yeah.
Do day ones.
So yeah, usually you want to go for like safety and like set up for final and stuff. I can talk a bit more of like what to play on other classes. Since I talk a bit about Titan, at least what I play, but I can
Yeah,
give you.
sure.
Yeah, okay. So on Hunter, I think you're either running Goldie or you're running Tether, and there is no other option really that's viable at the moment. There is niche things you can do with the gloves. I don't know if you know what they are. The Duskfield gloves. I don't remember what they're called. Renewal grasps.
With stasis.
Yeah,
And the,
like
was it the frost armor?
it's called the
Yeah.
renewal grasps. Yeah, now you can use them to give
Yeah.
frost armor because like people are like theory crafting, so to say, ways to go back to well making you invincible, right? But
Right.
I think if you're doing that, you're probably not using renewal grasp.
Okay.
Like there are probably easier options without putting your hunter on an awful super when they could have a Goldie, right? Yes, I'm Italian. Sorry, I'm not reading chat much right now. My bad.
No, I mean, yeah. Yeah, because obviously then the hunter's not doing any damage, right?
Yeah,
Or
it's
he's
not
doing a
like
lot
it's
less
not
damage.
awful, but it's just like yeah, not great. Like if you need to give your team survivability, as I say, the banner shield or a bubble on Titan could be decent, or you have woven mail. Like I feel like the Titan brings you more defensive value than the Hunter would, and the Titan wouldn't be running a damage super anyways, so you might as well.
Yeah.
Also, you can't compare a Strand Titan neutral game to a Stasis Hunter. That's just like two different universes. Like
Yeah.
so yeah, I think on Hunter you want to play Goldie. There is a chance you can play Blade Barrage. Okay. There are situations where you could go Blade Barrage or even Arc with the Gathering Storm, the Arc stuff, like the super where you throw the thingy, the one and go super, you know?
Yeah.
You throw like the stuff, yeah. You can play those two supers with Stariter scales. They do a lot of damage, but that has to be a boss that you can't crit, because if you can crit the boss, Night Oak is just superior now.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's just the best for damage, I guess. On precision bosses.
Someone said on Prismatic you can run the Golden Gun with Duskfield with Renewal Grasps. That could go crazy actually. That's a combo to test. So you have defensive and you can swap to Night Oak.
Oh yeah, what do you think of Prismatic Titan actually?
I don't think any of the Prismatic classes are good, and Titan is definitely the worst. I don't think there is a universe where you use it, especially because they're not releasing the exotic class items before the raid ends. So there's just no way they compete with light subclasses while missing their best part, right? Also, like it's like if you're playing Solar Titan and you aren't using Sunspots, the subclass is so much worse. It's crazy. And on Prismatic you don't have that.
Yeah, you don't have Sol Invictus, right?
I don't even think you have Roaring Flames, but yeah, you're missing both the good aspects, and you have the funny meme Consecration, which has 0 uses practically. So
Yeah.
I'm obviously talking in very like day one terms, right? Obviously many of those builds can be fun, but they just aren't good, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not like sugarcoating it, because many people hype up the most like obscure builds that are actually like awful when you actually use them. I try to not do that and be very direct.
That's nice. I mean, I prefer that, to be honest. Just say what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, so the thing about Tether on Hunter is if a boss has a lot of ads around, that like, example, there is a boss and a wave of trolls spows behind him doing damage the whole time, like non-stop. In that, a Tether will go crazy, because you tether the boss and at the same time you extend it by ads dying to the Tether, right?
Right.
So if you see a situation like that, it could go crazy. I don't know if I can give you an example in the raids you've done. Which ones have you done?
I've done King's Fall, Last Wish, Vault of Glass, Goss, and DSC as well.
Okay, yeah, probably I don't have a super good example, but it's you can use Tether even if there are no ads. I'm saying though, Tether does gain value if you know you can extend it. Otherwise, how do I say it? Like usually, the idea was, I feel like the generic consensus was if you can Tether instead of using Tractor to debuff, that's better because at least one on your team isn't losing an heavy weapon. That was the general consensus. Now the thing is, Tether is only 10 seconds if you don't extend it, or 12 I guess, sorry, 12. And you would have to like run 2 tethers to have most uptime, and there is still probably gonna be some downtime because most damage phases are 30 seconds, which you can cover with a debuff grenade on Void, but still, you know, even if your debuff runs off for like 2 seconds, you probably like trolled. So I think right now it's just it's the opposite. Like it's better to Tractor compared to using a Tether if you can, especially because by using a Tether you're using the Goldie, and the Gold is just so good.
Okay.
So Tether is an option, but if you can Tractor while like easily because the boss is up close and it's not gonna kill you, do that. If you can't, then yeah, consider the other options like a grenade to debuff, div or whatever. I wouldn't use div though just for the debuff. Like if it's a boss that's standing still, you're not gonna put on a div just for the debuff because you're just losing damage at that point, right? Because 15% for 5 people is less than the 100% you will do. So.
No, that makes sense. So you think in general,
General probably Goldie most of
Goldie
the time. Yeah. You might do Goldie on Prismatic. Like Hunter has the nice thing that you can use Prismatic on both Goldie and Tether and it's gonna work. So that's something that we need to experiment. I can't really speak on it right now.
And you think for Warlock it's still just use well?
I mean, the new super might be good because apparently the new super gives 5% damage buff to you, which stacks with everything apparently, which isn't anything crazy, but still 5% free damage. And apparently it also gives DR to people around you. It says in the press kit, so depending on how much that DR is, it could be like crazy if you'd use that together with a normal well, right? So Warlocks can run like well, can run the new super, and there is this niche thing you can do on stages now with the Balidor's gloves where you place a rift and give everyone frost armor, but again, kind of sketchy. Then you have to play stasis Warlock and your character is like dead. So Void Warlock isn't bad to debuff because you have the aspect Child of the Old Gods where after you place the rift, the thingy flies to the boss, and there is a pair of exotic gloves that makes it last a while, I think. So that's a decent option for 15% debuff. You also have like grenades to debuff. You have Nova, which is not a good super, but it's not awful either. So it's like usable too. There is probably very little reason to use stasis overall. You are not. I don't think you're using Strand. Like if you probably saw the crazy DPS rotation on Strand Warlock. I think that's unbelievably troll in a day one. Like
yeah, I have seen that video. Is it the needle or whatever it's called?
It's like the subclass is atrocious, I think, on Warlock, and like the aspects are all so bad, and I don't know. Your melee does nothing apart from let you do those crazy rotations. I guess it unravels, but yeah. The super probably is gonna miss half its damage because unless the boss is extremely big, it just doesn't work. It's I don't think it's great. I don't know.
Okay.
I think if you need a damage super on Warlock, you probably just run Nova. Like, also because the survivability is so much different, right? On Strand, you don't have anything apart from, okay, I grab an orb and I have a bit of Woven Mail. On Void, you can run Devour, which is pretty good, right? Devour is never gonna compare to something like Restoration because passive healing is like 20 times stronger than I heal if I get a kill. But it's still very solid, and it can keep you alive.
Okay.
Chat, I wouldn't think they're gonna make mechanics that get fucked by Unravel in 2024. I will hope at least. Also, Moople, if you're bored and you wanna join VC, feel free to. Up to you to talk about those things.
Sorry, I'm making notes right now. Sorry
Yeah,
if I'm
all
not-
good. I'm trying to think. I don't know if there is ever a situation where you would use a Chaos Rage. Like, so Arc. It's not bad, but it's also like... Yeah, I don't know. The weird thing about Solar Warlock is that they could remove the super from the game and it wouldn't matter because Solar subclasses are just so good. Like, it's not even really about the super. It's just about how good Restoration is that makes Solar so good. Also, Solar is the only subclass that can give you... Not the only, but aside from some exceptions, if you want to get a damage buff, you get Radiant, and I think you can mostly only get it on Solar. I think Bubble with Helm of Saint 14 is gonna give it to you, but... Yeah, it's... For the most part, like, Solar gives you the best survivability with Restoration in realistic scenarios, and you get the damage buff. So the subclass is just so good. Yeah, Warlocks can run some bracers, which are obviously... you know about that. The thing about some
Yeah.
bracers, though, I think they scale very bad in a day one. Like, when you have 6 people shooting at things, and like you try to get a melee kill, and they steal your kill, and then you don't have a
they
melee,
steal
like...
your kill. Yeah.
It's...
And then it feels shit. No, that makes sense.
I don't know yet, G miners. We have yet to discuss that. I'm trying to go over everything anyways.
Do you think you're mostly like if you were to play Strand, it would be like on a boss for utility of like banner healing? If there was like lots of ads that you could kill?
Are you talking about Titan?
Or, yeah. And what, like otherwise you wouldn't really play Strand at all, you think?
It will...
And you'll just stun with it. And
It
you'll
will
just
have to
play
be...
Strand.
It will have to be a boss, like an encounter where I have 0 responsibilities on me, and I can just worry about keeping WoW mail up, and
Rhythmic, physical.
an encounter where I probably have to debuff the boss with Sever, and an encounter where I probably can hit him with my super. So there needs to be many things aligning for me to decide it over Solar. That's the... Like, that's very preference based, because there are many people that are gonna tell you that like Strand is 10 times stronger than Solar. Like, I just disagree, but it's very opinion based. Like, I've tried to like fly into some blind activities in like Master on Strand, and it feels awful compared to just playing Solar, in my opinion, because you don't get a proc, something spawns behind you, and you're just dead. You can't decide, okay, I throw a Kneeling Nade, I'm invincible for 6 seconds. I just like that versatility when I'm in a new scenario.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. I actually agree for sure.
And yeah, it's a bit hard to like specifically talk about Warlock before playing with the new super they got and before playing with the nerfed well, but like I doubt they're gonna make anything that you're forced to like stay under its fire and it kills you in a well even post nerf, right? If that makes sense. Like, if something is frying you in a well and it's like a boss, there is probably something that you are doing wrong, or there is probably a better spot where you could place the well. So I think the well is still gonna be very good because it's probably still gonna make you virtually invincible as long as you clear ads. I would think. It's still rest XQ, 10% DR. So it's still gonna be like very good.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it'll still be a little bit of DR,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, like the good thing that I did to the sandbox is that now you can't just like ignore stuff. Like if there is a boss that's clearly not meant to be done on well, like Rulk, you're not gonna be sitting in a well and tank like 5 kicks because you're in it. You're gonna die in 2 kicks and that's it. So like it's gonna do wonders to the sandbox, but it's still probably best in slot, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Hello Moople, he's one of my teammates.
Yo,
Oh, hey.
I was invited here. I don't have much to waffle about, but I can I can add to the conversation if I feel the need to.
Yeah, sure, that would be great. Yeah, I just mostly been, I don't know if you've been watching,
fucking
I've just been
soundboard.
asking, I guess, Salt about everything like related to day one,
Hmm.
like the kind of logic
Yeah,
behind
zombie.
the way you play, in terms of like builds. Like Salt was basically explaining how, you know, you always play safe builds with like good ammo economy,
Yeah.
versus ones that just do more damage, but like more risk factor to them. You know, and various things like that, I guess.
Hmm.
And just like the overall comp and I guess just the general idea behind everything. When it comes to approaching day one.
I've been like the permanent warlock on the team for however many years, and I would say that even with the well nerf, I'm not really considering playing anything else, barring the new that we're getting being like crazy. It's just,
Okay.
like the warlock experience, just like if you have 3 warlocks, right, then have one of them flex off because 2 warlocks is really perfectly fine. What we did for Fall Day 1 race. The only time that like I would say it felt bad, didn't really feel that bad, but I would only say that it felt bad to not have 3 warlocks, Golgroth, or 3 wells during Golgroth. But I mean, like we flew into Vow, we had 2 warlocks, one of them was on void, 3 warlocks and one of them was on void. So
Okay.
my point of view is like really only warlock centric because I pretty much don't play the other classes like the rest of my teammates. But
Yeah. Okay. And so you guys think like in general you don't think the meta will like really shift at all too much going into final shape, just more of like
I think there are
basically
gonna be
the
more
same.
combos, and it's gonna be less brain dead, so to say, to just do a damage phase. It's not always gonna be plays well DPS. Sometimes you might
Yeah.
need something else. But overall, what's good, it's good. What's bad, it's bad. I don't think it's like.
Yeah.
And I will chime in. We were talking, heard you guys talking about Chaos Reach earlier. The other subclasses in general. It's not that like Chaos is super total, like in comparison to every other super is I think it's like number 4, 5, remember? So it's not that it's a bad super, but playing Arc is pretty not great.
Yeah.
It's just not a fun time because you
I mean,
don't
like
have.
the neutral gameplay is bad.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah.
You just don't have healing, most of it. Like,
don't have-
the neutral game isn't even bad, but you just don't have healing.
I mean, the neutral game is bad. You don't have any healing.
On
and your only source of
Vesper, it's not
VR.
awful. No, I meant like how many abilities you throw, like, on Arc.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, like, cycling abilities well enough.
Well, if you mean
just don't
healing and
think-
the R, it's bad, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just don't think the Vesper build, like, why would I feel like you're making so much of an investment to play Vesper when you could just play Solar.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy that they haven't done more to like kind of. I mean, has it always been like this, or
It's, I mean, before they nerfed well, which I mean is gonna happen next patch, like, Solar Warlock has been by far the best class by like being 10 times better than everything else for like 5 years. And like, it
Oh,
wasn't even
yes.
close.
I mean,
Like,
even when it came to, like, you know, I don't know how much you've ventured into, like, low man stuff, but whenever people were, like, looking at soloing Root Nightmares, you were playing Solar Warlock, which you'd think,
They won't like
being Well of Radiance, it's like more of a team super, but fair enough. At least that time was the best thing to solo with, so that subclass is just leaps and bounds better.
yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. That's cool. Okay. So I have
so
like
one sec. For Warlocks, I didn't mention it, but you just need to have one that when you're not doing damage, they swap to Cenotaph, because they're for sure gonna put some enemies that you can mark, and you need to get your ammo.
yeah.
And you can get double ammo from them. Like, the Warlock marks it, and someone else does a finisher with Aeons, and you get the double ammo. That's like pretty crucial in day ones usually. You can also like make a lot of ammo.
Aeons guy, or is it just? Are you usually the Aeons guy?
Not,
Or-
I'm actually not, but I can be. Like, I have it in my inventory. I don't even really
Yeah.
make a loadout. Like, it's gloves, so I'll just click it from Synthos and do the finisher and click it back to Synthos.
Yeah.
We usually move the Aeon's roll to either a hunter or a warlock. Easier for them to switch these things around.
I'm done with fishing.
It's like,
Okay.
you know, on Titan, you don't want them to be the ones doing Aeons because if they're running around with Bonk, you don't want them to swap away from Synthoceps and have the downtime of not being able to kill something.
Okay.
No, probably Solar
So what
Nick.
hunters you think should be the Aeons people mostly?
I think
Hunter or Warlock.
that's-
I don't know.
I think that's what we've done pretty much every race is have a hunter do it, but I know at least for me, I've always had an Aeons loadout. That's also because I had a Cenotaph loadout as well. It's usually just more realistic for a hunter to do it.
Okay.
I don't know what else is good on Warlock. You should have a loadout for damage with Apotheosis Veil, so you can spam like 4 or 5 nades. Like, it's very good for your total. Your DPS goes down, but in case you need a lot of total for whatever reason, like an encounter like Caretaker, that's like a good thing. You place the well, you spam nades. You did some free damage.
Yeah.
I
You
don't
would
know
probably
if-
have surges on that, but
I don't know if it got touched on at all, but like I don't like Sunbracers in day ones.
yeah,
Yeah.
he did.
Sunbracers, period.
Yeah, Salt mentioned that just because of what like other people killing, like because it's so reliant on you getting the melee kill, getting the snap kill, or
Other people and like, you know, using Crota Day 1 as an example, I don't know how much I don't know if you've ever watched any gameplay of that or not, but like the ogres that are in Crota's room,
Illuminate.
if you threw a solar nade at them, it was gonna be a minute before they died. So like even whenever you throw solar nades at things, still waiting some amount of time for them to get killed, and like in contest those ogres would just be 2 seconds and 3 projectiles and you're dead. So I usually prefer to just play fusion nades because it's just like pocket nukes. I'd rather have the big chunk of damage than the burn them over time. Usually, like that usually just plays better in races. You know?
I don't know if
Yeah,
you
that
played with
makes sense.
Starfire, but Starfire isn't bad. You get true fusion nades. Even if you don't even use the exotic effect, just having true fusions is not awful.
Yeah. That's what I ran
You
for the entirety of Crota.
You can play it like on Phoenix Dive. Like the exotic effect is if you kill things in an Emperor Rift or hit things, you get fusion nade energy, but you can just not play the Emperor Rift, play Phoenix Dive. Because the other effect is that a nade kill recharges your class ability, so it's just nice. You can keep Phoenix Diving to like heal and stuff.
Couple you can put on your armor that'll give you grenade energy whenever you use a class ability. So it's like budget Starfire basically,
Look, and
or well, like a budget version of what you normally want to do with the exotic.
This doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
I don't know if he knows how old Starfire is because got nerfed 6
Well, I
months
mean,
ago.
even new
but-
Starfire, like
Well, I
in
know
new
about the abuse with the 6 golden guns, if that's what you're talking about, or do you just mean how?
no.
No, not,
Oh, stuff.
mm,
Oh no, I thought you meant Star
Starfire
Raiders.
Protocol.
Oh, okay.
It basically
Starfire.
made it so you got 20% grenade energy every hit with a weapon while in a well or Emperor Rift. So it was just insane because you would stick with Horde and have a nade every like 3 seconds. But now they like nerfed it hard.
Oh, okay. I think I've actually
No.
seen that before, actually.
Now I think you
Oh,
get
no.
like 5% or something for standing in an Emperor or a well.
Mm.
It is not nearly as spammable. It went from being like pseudo DPS exotic to more of a ad clear major killer exotic.
Okay. Okay, no, thank you for telling me about the. So you think so? What do you normally run as a warlock then? Right now, in terms of exotic, like obviously you have like, do you just have one guy run Cenotaph all the time, mostly, or
We
Is-
did in
is Cen-
Crota.
you did in Crota? Is that just because there was? I mean, don't spoil Crota for me, because I would probably do it as like a blind thing with Echo, but is that just because there's like large champion or the like mini boss density or something like that?
There was an ad that would spawn that you could mark, and that ad would spawn very frequently.
Okay.
I mean,
see.
obviously for damage, I'm sure Kyle swapped it off. I don't know what he used for damage, but
I mean, he was unwell, so what are you gonna like? If we didn't have Apotheosis, then what would he have swapped to?
I don't know. Just keep Xeno on during DPS. I
Dude,
assume.
I was swapping to ludifactions. Like,
No, I
we
mean that's
did so
fair.
much.
That's fair. I mean that's still better, right? So I don't know. I could watch his
I
VOD,
guess,
but
yeah, no, I mean, like, so for me during day like Crota, and what I usually play as Warlock, like I exclusively use Starfire almost, even now, after it's nerfed, because I don't like Sunbracing. But like Salt mentioned earlier, I would say now, like going into the next race, without knowing what any of the new exotics do, I think we're getting a couple new exotics besides they had trailers for.
I think your mic is cutting a bit. Are you far from it? Sometimes I hear it
Yeah,
weird.
there's like the golden gun sniper, right? And auto rifle with like from the start of the game as well. And,
I think he meant armor more than weapons.
Yeah, armor. Sorry.
oh, armor. Okay. Well,
I'm
all I
not
know
sure
is the
why I said
Titan
again.
one looks awful.
Yeah, the Titan one.
Yeah.
Didn't look great.
Yeah, it looks really bad.
No, they showed off some Warlock chest piece for Strand. You have to like throw all 3 of your melees at me to do something. Spend them, I think. I don't know. It looked worthless. But I think we're getting 2 exotics per class, and they haven't shown off the other ones. But as is, like if I'm playing it the next day one as a Warlock, then I'm still just wearing Starfire.
Mm.
And like Salt mentioned earlier, I'd be swapping to Apotheosis for damage phases.
Yeah.
Warlock
Okay.
exotics are like very... you don't have a lot of options.
Yeah.
Something I didn't tell you, but I mentioned earlier, if you crack out on damage, usually in the first 2 phases, you wanna like save your goldies or whatever for final and stuff.
Yeah.
You should always have a loadout, or even if it's not a loadout, have in your inventory a weapon that you can swap to for a final if you're out of ammo. I think Outbreak is the best right now.
Outbreak, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what people, yeah, like 6 out, because then they work off each other, right? The nanites.
Yeah, it stacks
Yeah.
faster. With rewind rounds now it's gonna be better, right? But
Yeah, I got one of those. The other one people said was Touch of Malice, but I've heard that's really Monka-esque, because
yeah,
it damages you, right?
if you're in a well, you don't die anyways, but you might not be in a well, so you don't want to like kill yourself with a weapon.
Yeah.
On top of it, they buffed Outbreak, they didn't really buff that. I'm pretty sure it's just worse. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think it's even an option.
Yeah. Yeah, just play Outbreak forehead. Everyone.
Yeah, I mean, your hunters can just like swap to Lucky Pants.
Or Malfeasance, right?
Malfeasance or Wardens, so if they have it, but they probably don't. So there might be a new like double shotgun cannon coming in final shape. I think there is.
Yeah, they all have. Well, my hunters right now all have Malfeasance with the Catalyst.
Yeah, that works. If you use Malfeasance, you want someone to stick with or to the boss, because
yeah,
that makes the boss count as taken, and
that's me.
does more damage.
I'm the only one who
Okay.
has the Catalyst. Search.
Nice.
Yeah.
They buffed the duration on the Blight though. Yeah, Hunters should probably also, all of them have one loadout with the Knucklehead Raider exotic. That's like... It's... If the boss is below 30% health, for any 1% health he lost from 30, you gain 1% buff. So like, if the boss loses 20% health, from 30% you gain 20% buff. I don't know if that makes sense.
Which exotic is that?
It's called Knucklehead Raider.
Oh yeah, I've seen that actually.
So like, Outbreak with that can fry. If it's a boss that's very far away, you can't like shoot it with Lucky Pants. You can do Outbreak with that. Or even if you can shoot it with Lucky Pants, like if people want to use Lucky Pants in a day one, they have to like play with it a lot because it's very sketchy as an exotic to use. Like if you accidentally pull out the wrong weapon or at the wrong time, you go on cooldown for 10 seconds, then you're worthless, right? So it's not like... Like I still mess it up sometimes. It's weird. Especially when you load out swap, like maybe you have your sniper out in the kinetic slot, you click on your Lucky Pants, and when you swap load out, you swap to Malfeasance and it just procs, and you aren't ready for it, right? So it's like...
Yeah.
If you aren't very used to it...
a very finicky exotic to use.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if you've been saying, but it's kind of like meta right now for Final Stance to proc Nighthawk, like cast the Goldie without fighting it, and then swap to
and
Knucklehead
then-
so that it chunks because it gets the buff from Knucklehead from the boss being low.
Right. Yeah, I've seen there's a lot of Celestial Nighthawk swaps. Like there's the Celestial Nighthawk Lucky Pants swap, Celestial Nighthawk Knucklehead swap, and then there's the other one. Was it Dance? Something Dance or something like that.
Radiant Dance.
Radiant
Yeah,
Dance. Yeah,
that's
it.
one of
Yeah.
the things I wouldn't use in a day one like ever. That's
Okay.
one of the like. There's just troll. Yeah, you're gonna dodge twice, and two people in the way are gonna die because they GL themselves, like guaranteed.
I've actually died to a hunter using that exotic in WoW. Yeah, he fucking dodged in front of my GL, or I think no, it was a rocket, and yeah, poof, gone.
Like things that, like in a day one, things that let you reload super quick and do flashy things are probably just not worth using. Like even Rain of Fire on Warlock is just like sketchy. Just shoot the boss, get your damage in, and you're gonna be fine as long as you have surges and a damage buff and a debuff. Like you don't need to overthink it and the crazy frame perfect rotation. Like it never matters really.
Okay.
And also the swaps I mentioned, like the Nighthawk into Knucklehead, like you can do it, but if depending on how confident your team is with loadouts, you should maybe just consider not even doing it because it's easy to fuck up loadout swaps. So like they can be powerful, but you don't need to do them. So if you think you can clear without, you could opt to play it safe, I guess. Like if you click the wrong loadout, it's GG, right? Like it's they definitely have their downsides. Or if you, I don't know, change a fragment, forget to change the fragment on your Knucklehead loadout, pop Goldie, click the Knucklehead, and lose the Goldie, right? Like, those things
Yeah.
can happen. So it's like, I told it to you because it's an option, and like top teams are gonna like use it for certain things, but you know, it's definitely like a bit finicky to do.
Yeah.
All you
Okay.
guys care about is the clear. Then
Exactly. Yeah. That is all we care about. All we care about
Yeah.
is like just doing as good a
You can
day
equip the MS
one
manually, that's
as
true.
clear as possible, basically.
yeah,
That's
I'm
that's
sure you
our aim.
guys like some like degree care about optimizing, but a lot of the optimizations that you can make in this game are not
Mhm.
critical to finishing whatever you're doing.
To finishing. Okay. No, that's interesting. Yeah, I definitely like a lot because, yeah, I mean, talking to other people, I mean, more like I guess just info from Twitch chat and stuff. There has been more of an emphasis on damage, I guess. But like talking to you guys, I guess the biggest takeaway is just always playing safe, really. And,
Yeah, just keeping it simple.
and keeping
mean,
it
like,
simple, yeah.
We don't like to harp on damage when it comes to day ones too much because, you know, for example, we flew into the last raid race, Crota, and we were so certain we were going to use rockets. And once we got to the final boss, you know, we pulled twice. We shot him with rockets. We didn't do anything. And then somebody called out, put on lament, and that's what we killed the boss with. So, like, you can do as much planning as you want. And to be fair, that's a very, like, exaggerated case of it. It's probably the first time this has happened. That, like, you know, you can go in with a plan, but if something simple comes up and it's working better, then do that.
Okay. No, okay. No, I like that a lot. Just always play safe.
It's also nice to, if something is working, keep doing it. Like you don't necessarily, even if you have an idea to like make it better, if there is a risk of fucking it up, it's not necessarily
not
worth
worth.
exploring that idea. It depends, of course, but like if something is working and you're doing good damage, people aren't dying, you don't have to like go for the extra like 2% damage, right? It probably doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Mm.
No, I like that a lot. Okay. Yeah, I mean, in WoW we play kind of similar in a way. Like it's a very similar mentality. I mean, in like Mythic Plus dungeons, which is like a, I don't know if you know what that is. It's like a spammable like high key pushing in Mythic Plus. We have a saying which is play safe, big IO, and big IO refers to like big score. So yeah, it's actually funny that you guys are saying very similar things.
It's like if you figure out the mechanic and then don't die, do the mechanics, get to damage, and do the damage, you probably just win like the race. It's that's all you need to do. Like you don't need to do something insane unless the raid is like super easy and like it's like a race in like speed, right? But it's usually more of like who can fuck up the list, right? Because every team
Right.
is gonna like wipe a lot. So if you can execute consistently, that's what like makes your team good usually, more than
Yeah.
just like doing something crazy. Yeah.
Okay. No, I like that a lot. Okay. That's gonna be really helpful to tell my team and stuff. Get them on like the right kind of like wavelength, I guess, of how they should like approach this. Because yeah, I definitely think there has been a focus maybe on min-maxing damage too much. And
Yeah, like
yeah.
I mentioned easy earlier, like even easy, like in a day one, it's like you can use it, but if you're new to the game, I don't even think you should. Like there are easier things to do than using an easy.
Yeah.
Also because they're like buffing every sniper and nerfing easy pretty much. So it's like it's not even that much better than everything else. Like if you're using a rocket and you want to use a special to pair with it, just pair like a 140 sniper and you swap to it, fire like 2-3 bullets and then go back to the rocket. Like that just works. Are you gonna lose 2% damage? Maybe, but like it doesn't really matter. I don't even know if I'm using easy myself. Like if I'm using a rocket for any reason, I might just like use a 140 sniper for real. They're pretty good.
Okay. No, I like it. I like the thought behind it.
Let me.
Smart.
I'm gonna go
Yeah.
over the weapons and armor like in the collection and just like tell you if they could ever have a use, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I'm down for that.
So this is all a big no. Wish Ender isn't awful, but I don't think you will ever use that in a day one.
Wait, what about
what?
6 Rat Kings though, bro?
Yeah.
You don't
This
think
can one
6 Rat
shot.
Kings?
I'm not a
plant?
believer. I don't know. This can one shot barriers, but it's more of a GM weapon. I would never equip this in a raid. I don't think. Then
Okay.
I think it gives you Warlocks. So if there is a mechanic where you could use Warlocks, you could, but very weird. Servers is getting changed, so I can speak on it. Malfeasance only for hunters.
Yeah, with Lucky Pants, yeah.
I don't think Ace is bad, but I think Thorn is probably better in PvE if you use an Uncannon Exotic Kinetic, but you probably don't use a Kinetic Exotic primary. I don't think.
Yeah.
Chaperone, you're never using that. Easy is like, definitely can be used. Arbalest? Arbalest, I feel like, I don't know if you know how this gun works, but it one-shots any shield no matter what, but...
Yeah, I did Ghosts solo flawless, so yeah, I used this weapon a bit.
Fair.
Yeah, I've shot this gun quite a bit, yeah. It's
Since
a
they're
good one,
gonna...
for sure.
Yeah. Since they're gonna like nerf kinetic damage by... Like, every special is gonna go down by 10% and every primary by 15 because that's this weird intrinsic bonus they add that they're finally removing it. So Arbalest already didn't do much after all the nerfs it got, and now it's gonna do even less. I probably wouldn't use it because the main value that it gives is like one-shot shields, but
Yeah.
it doesn't matter because shields aren't that tanky. Like as long as you're shooting a shield with an energy weapon, even if your element doesn't match, it's probably gonna break very quick. Of course, you wanna try to match the element, but shields are never that tanky where Arbalest matters, unless you find the mechanics like Ghost of the Deep, where it's like, sure, okay,
Yeah.
maybe I put it on, but that's like
Or it's
that's a
like a
call you
fish
make on the
or-
fly, right? That's not a weapon I have in my inventory, so to say.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Menchia, penso che c'è la carta che può arrivare al...
Oh, wait.
7 win.
Is your game
Con
lagging
quante
or is
sconfitte
mine?
vuoi? Allora penso di sì, però non lo so. No, I wasn't moving, sorry. I was answering something.
Oh, okay. No,
Non
it's
lo
okay.
so, cioè penso che tira l'adepto,
No,
però
I
non puoi
just
andare
saw
al
the,
faro.
the cogwheel thing.
Sorry, chat, I had to answer something in Italian.
And what about like Lumina?
Yeah, okay,
Like,
Lumina
Was up there and
is good, but Lumina is somewhat in the overcomplicating realm. So
yeah, for sure.
I don't even know
Definitely.
if I'm confident using this in a day one. So for you guys, I don't know if I can suggest it. It's like
I
it's
tried
really
using this
overcomplicating.
weapon, and yeah, it feels really hard to use properly.
Like when you think
kinda,
about
I
it,
think.
imagine the best case scenario. Like you like go into damage, shoot like
Yeah.
left and right, and hit two teammates with it, right?
Yep.
Now, 3 people, you, with counting you two, have like 35% damage buff instead of 25 for... It's technically 10 seconds, but it's probably more like 8 or 7 because you want to do this before damage starts. It's like, is it really worth it? Like when you think about it, how much damage are you gaining as a team? Like 3 or 4% total, right? Because if like the difference from 125 to 135, which is like 35% is the Lumina buff, it's like what, around 8%, only for half the team realistically. So like you're probably gaining 4% team damage overall for using this, and it's like, should you really do that? Probably not. It's a very experienced team can do it, but it's definitely not a make or break, and it probably won't really change how much damage you do.
Okay.
Like I think you should assume you always have Radiant, and that's your like base damage buff, right?
Yeah.
Especially now that Well will make Radiant linger.
Yeah.
But Juju is useless. Yeah, they're reworking Bastion, so I don't know. Widowed is pretty good. It's getting the nerf, the kinetic nerf, but it's still a solid weapon. There isn't really anything that replaces it. All of those are worthless. Some people like Aeger's Scepter, but I don't think it's... If you're on Cenotaph, I suppose you could, but you wouldn't want to like burn your super for the perk, that's just troll. I don't know if you know how the weapon works, but you can use your super energy to like overcharge it.
Oh, okay.
And it's pretty good when you overcharge it, but not worth wasting like a well to like overcharge it.
Yeah.
Forerunner is extremely good.
Yeah, I've used this gun a lot. I really love it.
I'm pretty sure
One
it's
of my
better
favorite
than
exotic.
140s for like DPS. It's also getting the 10% nerf from kinetics, but don't quote me on it being better than 140s. That might be misinfo. But it's definitely very easy to use, very good economy. Like 400 is one of those weapons that is good in a day one because you just have so much ammo and so much total, and that gives you so much value.
Yeah. Yeah, it has, like,
Striga
insane
never
ammo
used this.
economy.
It was a very good weapon. They nerfed it twice for no reason, and it's just there's no point. It's very cool, but it's just not worth it. Touch of Mice probably not worth it. Quicksilver not worth it. They nerfed it for no reason. Revision 0 is pretty good. I don't know if I'd ever equip it in a day one, but if you need a barrier weapon, it is good.
Okay.
You probably don't. Do you even have that? You probably do.
I do
don't
have
know.
I do have this. I do have it
Yeah, like
crafted,
if
yeah.
you use the burst fire, like the 2-shot mod, then it's
Yeah, the two-
does a
two
lot of
bursts.
damage, and
Yeah.
like the special shot, the sniper shot, actually chunks like very hard on champions.
I I did this mission 123 times, by the way.
I saw you were
So
like people
ashamed.
were like boosting you to say on it.
Yeah.
I still don't
it's
think
for
so, Waldek. I don't know.
The Iculus.
I like the
shotgun.
sniper. I like the poison going crazy. Fire warding, I know people say this thing is good. I've never shot this thing, so like I'm not gonna like, comment on it. I think it's a niche weapon that can be very good as a primary damage, but I've
Okay.
legit never shot it. I'm not sure
That's
how
from
it works.
the Strand questline, right? I think?
Maybe. Yeah. People in chat probably know.
Yeah. I haven't got that yet.
Conditional finality is a good weapon, but this can be used as a budget easy, but it's kind of weird. Because you can use like this one is sketchy because you could use holsters, which reload your weapon like over time, right?
Yeah.
So you could like use your heavy and every bunch of seconds you swap to your shotty and fire a bullet with it, which makes an ignition, but it's something you wouldn't do in a day one, I don't think. Like it has a cool it's cool, but it's probably not worth it. Also because you're using one surge by using an holster mod.
Yeah.
So it can be a cool weapon though if you need to like kill a major like very quick. Like you know the Colossus in like the planets encounter in Root of Nightmares, like it kinda chunks them. Like you shoot them twice, they're dead.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
No, definitely.
It's an option in case you need to like kill something that you can't really create. Like yeah, it's not like I wouldn't use it for DPS though. Veglos Curve is kinda useless. That's Wicked Implement is the worst weapon in the game. Navigator. Navigator is like for Banner Titan shenanigans, so it can be
Yeah.
used. You can also give Woven to teammates, but it's kind of weird. You need to have very good tracking, and the latency is very bad on it. So like sometimes you need to hit them for so long before it procs. It's ugly unpractical. I'm gonna say, and I use it a lot. I actually like launched the Crota day one with it, and I swapped it off after 1 minute. I was like, yeah, no, that's not happening. It can sever though, like this is important to notice, especially if a Warlock uses it because they can use Cenotaph. If you shoot an enemy with it, it severs them. So they do 40% less damage, and that's a very easy way to do it. So if your Warlock is already using a special in the kinetic slot and is doing Cenotaph, like that's an option for sure. If they have it, but definitely not a must-have, it's just like a niche. Necrochasm is getting buffed. Probably still not something you would ever use because the fact that it relies on crits, it's too weird. And Wishkeeper is just bad. Now, the thing about all the weapon sandbox is that when it comes to primaries, if they aren't an end cannon, they're probably not worth using because every primary is in a spot where they're pretty good against red bars, and they are absolutely atrocious against anything that's not a red bar because they, for some reason, just kept buffing them against red bars, right? So if you try to shoot like a champ with a pulse rifle, you will notice that it's just worthless.
Yeah, does not 0 damage. Yeah.
Yeah, the only ones that do more are end cannons because like 2 seasons ago they got a 75% buff to majors. So usually if you're using a primary, you're probably using an end cannon. Like it's a pretty hard end cannon meta, right? Everyone is like talking about how pulses are getting buffed, but it's only against red bars, so it doesn't really matter ultimately. They will still feel bad defending is like a yellow bar, right?
Do you not think with the buffs though, they'll still be like decent?
Yeah, but they're buffed against red bars. They're not buffed against anything else. Or
Aren't
they might.
getting flat.
Maybe like
buffs,
15
though,
or
as
I
well?
think
20?
they're getting like a flat buff.
How much though? It's not 75, it's like 15 maybe.
It's 20 something percent.
20?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
I'm
25.
sure it's like
right?
23 or something.
Yeah, 23 maybe.
Oh, maybe. I still don't think they compete. People are saying it's 20, yeah.
Versus all combatants, it's 20.
Okay, yeah. Thanks for the prime.
Yeah.
Enjoy the 1 year badge, Roy. Thank you. Repo.
No, I mean I probably agree. I mean like the difference between like a Zowli's versus a battler, BXR battler versus like elites is quite substantial in terms of like the damage and how quickly you kill them.
Yeah.
They're gonna be usable, but not like... Overall, hand cannons are probably better unless the encounter requires you to sit in Narnia, like, and you need the range, right?
Yeah.
Cold Art is useless. Mercius is very good, but it's not something practical in a day one. It relies on kills, and you want to kill everything before damage phase in a day one. You don't want to leave things up to proc Merciless, so don't even consider it.
Yeah.
Fighting Iron is bad. Sunshot is the best weapon in the game.
Yeah.
Now,
There's,
Graviton Lens, unironically, does like... I saw some numbers, it does pretty much the same, if not more DPS than Sunshot. Like, it's actually crazy, it's just a bit unpractical to use. It's a double shot pulse. But it is very good, so if you need the range, this is unironically like slept on. That's probably
Yeah.
the second best ad clear primary in the game, I think, right now. This is worthless, this is worthless. Risk Runner is very, very good if there is a lot of arc damage in the encounter and you can proc the perk. Every time you take arc damage, you gain an insane damage resistance to arc. Like, I think it's more than 50%. I don't know if it's 70 actually, but it's actually crazy.
Yeah.
And it also becomes good for ad clear. So that's a weapon that you should definitely have, and if you need to, you just play with it. Definitely an option. Ardite is worthless, worthless, worthless. Polaris Lance, you're probably never using that without artifact mods. Everything here is worthless. Arianas isn't bad, but it's also not good. This also works with Lucky Pants, but kinda like sketchy. Not sure if I would suggest it. I feel like it's a weird weapon. If you miss a shot, you lose the damage perk until you reload then swap away. So it's like, it's kind of a weird weapon. I don't think it's very good. It's just niche with Lucky Pants. Because there is this like sketchy thing you could do where if your teammate tethers and your Solar Hunter uses this, you go to max stack of Lucky Pants in one bullet because the game thinks you shot 10 ads at once if many ads are tethered, but it's extremely unpractical and it's never gonna happen. It's in the game though.
Yeah.
Div is good, but as I explained earlier, don't think about this as a debuff option. Think about it as a, do I need the help hitting my shots? Yes, then let's use Div, right?
Okay. You think that's like the biggest thing about div? Is just
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Also, what did I want to say?
Channel 6 is not secure.
I don't know if it's gonna happen. That's rare. It rarely happened in Destiny's history. Like, have you done Riven or no?
Yes. Yeah, I did
Okay.
last switch, yeah.
Like, Div is a weapon where you only use it if the team is grouped up. Like, if you're doing a Riven, in an example where Riven were hard to hit, you still wouldn't use Div because 3 people damaging on a floor, you're not sacrificing a third of your damage, right? That's crazy. So never consider this if your team is split for any reason during a damage phase, I guess. I mean, unless the shots are impossible to hit, but I doubt that, right?
Yeah.
Also, don't try to do, not that you will be able to because they're nerfing how long it takes to proc the cage, but if you're using div, worry about keeping the div up. Don't try to do like swaps, don't try to throw grenades, don't try to swap to a rocket and then go back to div. Just keep that bubble up. If the bubble doesn't go down, you did your job.
Okay.
And you should use this with a Warlock on Cenotaph because it auto-reloads trace rifles, so you never have to reload.
Yeah. Just keep shooting.
Those are all worthless. People that use Fort Ornament are cheating, so knowledge players uses that.
What is the bug abusing?
People that like
again?
net limit.
Net
like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard about that.
You can do some legit rotations with it, but they're those ugly and practical things that you will never do in a day one.
Yeah.
Cloud Strike, I don't think it's awful, but I don't know if it's something you ever equip. I'm not sure what the numbers are on it. I don't think it's that good. I don't know if Moople knows, but it's like decent, but yeah. The thing is, there are no good archivists. So like you're never gonna match surges with it, right?
Yeah. Like if there was ever room where you were considering putting on Cloud Strike, then probably something better that you could be doing overall.
Okay.
Not necessarily a bad gun, but there's just better things.
Ticus is decent, but it's not a sunshot. Metaglast is decent, but it's probably also not a sunshot. I don't know if there is a situation where I would ever use it over sunshot. But that goes for pretty much every primary, so kinda hard to compete with that. Lorenz is not very good. Glaives are pretty bad. I think the only glaive that cool dev uses is the Titan one, because the bubble it creates is a 5% stackable damage buff, but I think this goes in... I think this is sketchier than Lumina to do. It's one of the things that you can do, but you probably shouldn't even bother.
Okay.
That messenger is a decent weapon, but I don't think it's a day one weapon. If you have forbearance, probably just use that and don't waste the exotic slot on that messenger. I also think forbearance is actually better than... I don't know. Depends on the scenario, but... Yeah.
Okay, right.
I don't know how many of you have forbearance or if you have farmed WoW a bit.
I have a forbearance from what you call it, onslaught, like a
Oh, I see.
decent chain reaction one.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
But
Come on.
None of those ever use. Hierarchy of Needs has some weird bugs where you can instantly charge your super. I don't exactly know how to do them. Probably not something you would ever use. I don't know if you know how, like, super regen is tied to damage, and certain primaries, when you create, give a lot. Like, Outbreak gives a lot, for example.
oh really? What it gives more than normal, or
Hmm?
like it gives more than other things when you
For
create.
sure, for sure.
Oh.
Because I think
Mm.
they have different multipliers, right? It's tied to damage, and, like, it's kind of hard to explain, but a primary, the game thinks a primary is gonna do low damage. So, like, if a pulse rifle has a certain multiplier that transfers damage inflicted to super energy, and then Outbreak has the same multiplier as like a legendary pulse, but it does way more because of the nanites, you gain way more super, right? If that makes sense.
Okay.
Like, doing
Yeah,
a lot of damage with a
makes sense.
Nevi won't give you almost any energy, because the multiplier that you get that converts your damage into super is like a no-full multiplier, right?
Yeah.
Hierarchy of Needs is like a bow that can split arrows into some weird stuff, so there is like some weird bugs where you fire like so many arrows at once that create an insta-charge your super, but don't even worry about that. I don't think that's ever gonna get used. Those weapons are also not bad, both of them, but they're both very niche. Probably wouldn't use it. It's like, I know all of this is kind of boring, and the energy slot came out to use Sunshot, but unfortunately, it's just so much better than everything else.
Yeah.
It's like, it's kind of how it is.
No. It's not boring. It's I mean, it's nice. Like you're going through.
Yeah,
this.
no, I
Or
meant
you
like,
just, or you just
I meant
it's
like the
boring that you
meta
use
being boring.
Sunshot, you
Like,
mean?
I,
Yeah, you
I
mean
meant
the-
like, you know, it would be exciting to be like, oh yeah, this thing is good at this thing is good at this, but it's really like not,
yeah.
unfortunately.
That's understandable.
Yeah, Tractor. Tractor is very team dependent. Like, I think it's extremely good, and I really like using it. So,
Yeah,
I don't know.
definitely
I
seems
think it's
so.
just good because Tractor is something you can't mess up. Like, since the debuff is 10 seconds, which is a lot, and you can reapply it before it ends, it's very hard for it to run out as long as you're being like paying attention to it.
And you think
and-
the best safe tractor rotation is just use, I don't know, scatter signal with tractor type of thing for damage. Let's say if you're the tractor guy.
It depends what you're playing. If you're on Lucky Pants and you can do Lucky Pants, then sure, do that.
Mhm.
You can do Lucky Pants, Fusion Rifle, and Tractor, right? Whenever your Lucky
Yeah.
Pants is on cooldown, you do the Fusion. That's the best case scenario, but the thing about that is there are downsides to that, because I'm gonna use Crota as an example again without like spoiling much, but if you stay close to Crota, you can die, and you have to stay close to Crota to like Tractor, and a Titan has more tools to like survive after you Tractor than an Hunter. An Hunter only has the healing nade, right? Pretty much.
Right.
So Lucky Pants have their benefits. Being a Titan that can't die has its benefits too. Also, back then you could spam the mini hammer, so I like to Tractor, and if I had Synthos Roaring Flames proc, I would just like bonk the boss between like, you know, Like my rotation was just I tractor and then I bonk for 10 seconds, and then I tractor and then you can't really do that anymore though, because now the mini ember takes a bit to come back. So you can throw it like here and there when you want. Maybe you want to reproc radiant or yeah, it's. I think a fusion rifle just like works, or even a
Yeah.
sniper. Like if it's a boss like a Riven, it's perfectly valid to just like tractor her feet and then just use a 140 sniper on her mouth. Like that works, right?
Yeah.
I don't think the rocket sidearms are good for DPS. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like I think they're very good, but I don't think they out damage fusions.
No.
Yeah. Also, the thing you asked earlier when you asked me like, could I run a fusion and like a rocket sidearm on tractor? It's like you can, but I don't think a rocket sidearm, while being good, has the same versatility for red clear as a sunshot. Like if you find in front of you 15 acolytes, you're gonna kill them faster with like a sunshot than with a rocket sidearm. It's like a rocket sidearm is better at killing majors than just killing a bunch of red bars, I think, even if you have bolt shot.
Right.
So I usually wouldn't pair it with a fusion rifle because then I don't have the versatility of killing a bunch of odds that can spread out. It's situational though. Like I don't think fusion tractor rocket sidearm is like a bad loadout. It's just sunshot is probably easier to use.
Okay.
Accuracy is a good weapon.
Yeah,
For
I got this
sure.
gun with the Catalyst recently.
I don't know how it like pairs in DPS compared to other things, but it's good. But I don't know if you're ever using it in a day one. Would have to be a very specific type of encounter where the boss is just standing there taking it, and
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
it's-
have to get super close. Sure. Without dying.
I don't even remember how they reworked. Do you have to like melee then do 3 shots now? I think.
Yeah, you melee, hold left click, spam R 3 shots, and then
I
then
see.
melee, hold left click, spam R 3 shots.
Colony is getting buffed, but it's a weird that clear weapon, probably not worth it. Sleeper is pretty good. Like-
Yeah, I got this with the. It seems really safe. This gun.
Yeah. Okay, no. You can kill yourself with it though. Like if it bounces to you, it one shots you. You know the ricochets. So it's like
yeah.
I don't know if it's ever worth using this simply because it's rare. But if it happens, it's so bad. Like
yeah.
it depends on the arena, I guess, a bit. People are saying technically getting buffed. Oh, that's true because I guess linears are getting the 5% buff, right? And it's exotic, so it doesn't have boss spec.
You're so cool.
That's good. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
a solid
it's-
weapon.
Yeah,
sure.
it seemed interesting to me because it seems like just a safe gun to do damage because you can like
Okay. Right.
hip fire,
Yep.
still hit easily and like move while doing damage, which seems kind of nice.
Yeah, you can't really like fuck it up
like-
either. Like you need to have the catalyst though. Like if anyone is using this,
yeah,
you need to have the catalyst.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. Yeah.
Whisper is like probably one of the best heavies in the game right now. Like if in an encounter you can use Whisper and it's a sustained damage phase encounter, like
Giving up on the stars.
probably do it because there is almost no chance you run out of ammo, and the DPS is really not bad.
Yeah, it's really good.
Like you'd never use Whisper on like Rulk, I don't think, right? Because if you have to focus on surviving, you can't worry about proccing Whispered Breathing, hitting your crits. If you miss one, it's doomed, right? But if surviving isn't hard and hitting your shots isn't hard, or you have a div or whatever, like that's definitely like an extremely good option right now. I can see this being used depending on the encounter for sure.
Yeah.
1k, I don't think it's bad, but 1k is a weapon where if you use it, you have to be on Solar because I think it scorches. So if you don't have the Ashes fragment to play more Scorch, I don't think it works as well. But it's, I don't know how good it is. I don't think it's that good compared to other options. Those are all bad. Thunderlord is a meme in LFG more than anything. Like you can probably clear a day one encounter DPSing with it, but you probably should do 10 other things before you ever use this.
Bro, so many people tell me they love this gun and think it's good, but then like I feel like
all the higher level people I talk to or hate it. I think it's awful.
Yeah, it's not great.
I mean,
Yeah.
it literally
it's
just
like-
depends on how much effort you're willing to put in or how much effort you're willing to bear. It's just
Yeah.
machine gun DPS isn't popular because it's not the peak. And anybody that you talk to who like an upper level player cares about trying to hit the peak in the context of like day ones. They want to be
Right.
close to the peak while still being safe. And machine guns are not that.
Yeah.
Even if you want to
Um,
be lazy, like at that point, just use, I don't know, Sleeper, Levy Breath, or Xeno, right? Like Standard Rogers does low damage, I think. I don't know.
I don't think it's worse than Xeno, but yeah. If you're looking for safety, then Sleeper is the move, and just pray you don't kill yourself with it.
No, that makes sense for sure.
Anarchy is interesting because it does damage over time, but it's not doesn't do much right now, especially to bosses. This weapon only really gets used if you're doing damage with something that's not your heavy, which unless you're trying to grapple many things in a day one, you're probably not using this ever. And if you're doing grapple many things in a day one, you're probably on tractor because you don't need an heavy anyways. So yeah. Leviathan's part is very good. I don't think it out DPS's Whisper, but it also doesn't require you to be as like static as Whisper. You can be a bit more mobile. I think it out damages every linear, like DPS wise. Pretty sure every legendary linear. It's a bit weird to use though. Like you need to proc Archer's tempo, which is I think the catalyst. So then you start like drawing your arrows faster, but it definitely feels very clunky. So while the numbers are good, I don't know if I'd suggest using it. It's an option, I guess. I don't know. It depends. Like on a boss like a Riven, I don't think Levy Breath will be bad, right? You just damage phase starts, you place a rally barricade on Titan so that you give a crazy reload speed and then just go wild with it.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. People in chat are saying it out DPS's Whisper if you have perfect throw time, which you will not have. So it's like slightly worse than Whisper, I guess. But yeah,
Do you think it's
still
ever
pretty good.
worth? Do you think it's worth getting this weapon at least? I mean, it's actually one of the exotics here that listed that I don't have actually.
I mean, it depends on how much time you have and what you want to prioritize. I think it's a decent exotic. I also think you can use something else. Like, it's never necessary for anything, I don't think.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't even know how you get it.
You get it. You can just buy it. I think.
Okay.
It's one of the. I think the catalyst is meant to be decently easy to get as well.
Xenophage is very good. And it's something that I was glued to this in like day ones. Like
I
if
like this gun. Yeah, it's nice.
So the
It's like-
only reason.
To Xeno.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like my favorite gun in the game. I fly into every single race with that thing.
Really? Okay.
That
Yeah,
thing,
it feels really nice. Like
that is a puzzle encounter machine. That thing is a beast.
Like the only reason for me to not consider flying into every encounter with this is that Sunshot exists. Otherwise, I will never take it off. Like in an encounter doesn't have a boss.
you guys like it that much? Okay.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Like it does so much damage to majors. There's so much ammo. Like
It does. Yeah. The ammo economy is really good on it as well.
I guess if it's an encounter where you want to be quick, Eager Edge on this world obviously is good, and at that point you can't run Xeno, but that's very rare in the day one that you have to run Eager Edge. It depends, but yeah, it's a very good weapon. I would suggest everyone in your team like having it for puzzle encounters.
Okay. Yeah, like the oracles and
Bug, yeah.
in Vogue, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we were all on Xeno there because what else would you use? Like, it just one-shots them. So good.
Yeah.
Also, the Wyverns, like, it fries them. don't use that bringer. Like, the gun isn't even bad, but it's unbelievably hard to use, and if you use it with multiple people, the game can't keep up and the projectiles despawn, so it's fun.
What?
Because it
That's
makes
great.
like 8 projectiles when you detonate the rocket, and yeah, the game can't keep too many projectiles on the screen, and yeah.
Okay. Console game problem.
yeah. An apparent like gives you a shield, but I don't think I've ever used this thing. Like, don't use this thing. Salvation's grip is just for glitches and oops. As of tomorrow, don't use that. Lament can be decent if you're using swords. It's a good sword with good survivability, but for some reason it's like getting nerfed even if it didn't need one. So it might be a bit worse.
Yeah.
It's definitely an option to have, depending on the boss. But I don't think it's ever like the best damage, right? It's just kind of safe. If
Yeah. it's
you
safe,
can stay
it's the
close.
healing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another day.
That makes sense.
Might be worse.
Gully is an ad clear beast. Like, you can just spam rockets like crazy. You hold like 11, I think, or something with reserves. Also, I didn't mention it earlier, but regarding loadouts, like, you always need to rally on reserves, right? Like,
Yeah.
all of you, like, before rallying, you need to get into the habit, get reserves, then swap off. Yeah, I know it's hard to remember to swap off, and sometimes you don't, and then you get ran because you don't have the right resist mods.
Yes, Scribe had that problem.
Yeah, I believe. I mean, I have that problem a
Yeah.
lot, so I try to make my like research piece egregiously bad so that like it's easier to like see that something is off, right? But
Right. Oh no, that makes sense actually. Yeah, changing the trends more completely.
Bombo, we just had to get someone else. He can't play anymore, unfortunately. Even if
You should
Bungie
make
said
it
that
pink
he didn't do
actually.
anything. I could.
Yeah.
Something very good, if you guys have that. I don't know if there is I don't know if there is like an easy one to get at the moment, but shoot to loot is an extremely good perk to get
Yeah.
ammo. Explosive shoot to loot is usually used because it gives you forgiveness on hitting the bricks. So like, if I need to swap to my scout, I swap to reserves before a damage phase, jump up, shoot like 5 bricks, I'm max ammo, and I'm good, you know, like... You don't necessarily need to put back on reserves before a damage phase, but if the phase allows you to, then might as well, right? It depends if you know you're gonna use all your ammo in the damage phase or not. It depends on a bunch of things. You said you've done the Rulk. Like, in the Rulk, it's very easy to just get ammo before the damage phase, right? Before you go to the
It
top
is.
part.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. So definitely encounter dependent, but something to keep in mind. I think we're almost done, but yeah, Parasite is... I don't think it will ever have any use because, again, I don't think they're making Atrax again, but it's there.
Yeah.
Grand Overture is Parasite with extra steps, so probably don't use it. It just feels awful. Like, it's not even bad, it just feels awful. All those things are useless. Dragon's Breath is extremely good. Like, I almost think it's a must-have to have one person on the, like one hunter on Lucky Pants Dragon's Breath is gonna fucking fry and out damage everyone.
I was like asking people this a lot because there was like this consensus where people were saying, oh, because you're running galley, you want to have like 5 legendary rockets, you know, Dragon's Breath doesn't get the benefit, yada yada yada. But like, I've used this gun in solo a lot, and it feels like such just like easy, chill DPS, right? Because
Yeah.
you send it, you go to your other weapon, and it's just easy, like big damage rotation. I don't know.
No, I agree. It's like people. It's a misconception because people are like, "Oh, you're wasting the Galley buff," but are you really wasting it if it's doing more than a legendary rocket? You aren't,
Yeah.
right? It's. I think if you use that shit on Lucky Pants, like, it just does so much damage because it already does like so much. You have Lucky Pants which does a lot again, and then when Lucky Pants is on cooldown, you use a 140 solar sniper. The Ikalo sniper, you have that right? You said.
I do have
No.
an Nicholas sniper. Yeah.
Yeah, you can have that on 4 times the charm like impact reserves. It's very good.
Yeah,
So
I
you
actually have
double
one of
dip
those,
surges
yeah.
with your Dragon's Breath. Like that's definitely a very good option. I'm like, maybe I shouldn't say like a must-have, but one of the like S tier damage options for sure. Because it's just so easy, it's almost impossible to like mess it up.
Mess up damage. Yeah.
Again though, you have to be on Solar with Ashes for Dragon's Breath.
Yeah. Yep. For sure.
The only thing you have to look for is it can not work very well on certain things.
It
Two
can kill you,
examples
yeah.
that no, okay, it can kill you. Yeah, sure. Don't go close to it, but there are certain things where it doesn't work. So, example, Golgoroth. If you don't hit the crit, the rocket insta blows up because Golgoroth is weird, right? Everything bounces off his body.
Yeah. Okay.
So
that's
if you don't
weird.
hit the crit on Golgoroth, it just explodes and doesn't do anything. So like, that's one example where it doesn't work very well unless you like pay attention to it. Or I don't know if you've done 0 hour, have you?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
If you shoot it at the brig at the end, I don't know why it doesn't do anything. Like it's just it doesn't do anything. That's like an extremely rare situation. But I guess if you ever use Dragon's Breath, make sure it's actually like doing damage.
Yeah.
You will notice it though. Like if you wipe and you did the good rotation and you see that your damage is awful, you just like swap it off, right?
Right. Okay. No, I mean, I personally really like the weapon. Like, I use it in solo stuff a lot, and I thought it was weird that people were saying, or that they were very hesitant to use it in raid or whatever.
It's one of the best examples of a weapon that does good damage while having an insane total damage, which, as I said, is by far the thing you wanna look for the most in a day one.
Yeah.
It is one of those weapons though that only one person can use because ignitions have a downtime, since you can't reapply Scorch while the ignition is going. So the more people you have with it, the less damage, the least they will do like good damage. There are a bunch of things that work like this. Like it's usually like things that debuff the boss in a way that's not an extra damage debuff, but it's a debuff that does damage itself. I can think of like ignitions. I can think of Vault Shot. So like Jolt. Or Unraveling on Strand, like all those things, even Volatile, the more people use it, the worse it scales, because you're not like, with 2 people using Dragon's Breath, you're not igniting at twice the speed, right? Maybe you're igniting at 50% faster, but you're losing a lot. So you usually don't want to stack like different people using a DPS method that is utilizing the same elemental debuff, if that makes sense. Even like the stasis like freeze and shatter, that's another one.
Okay.
One sec, I need to talk in Italian.
That makes
Minchia,
a
ti ho
lot of sense,
risposto.
actually.
C'è un
I've
pass
actually noticed that as
che lo puoi
well.
prendere e puoi
I
fare le
wonder
7
what that was.
vittorie. È fatto apposta e ti prendi l'adepto,
Ok.
penso, non lo so, però cercalo su Google.
No, thank you for going through like all the weapons. What the fuck?
Ma non penso ti
Feel like I
faccia
have much
andare
better
al,
understanding.
al faro, però ti
Yeah,
do l'adepto,
I
penso.
thought I thought you,
Okay, I'm
you
back,
guys would
sorry.
like consider more, I guess, exotics. It looks like it's like a very closely knit kind of
Yeah, definitely.
in terms of what you want to play or not play.
Like when you play the game like for so long, you start to like realize that while many things seem cool, they often just don't end up being practical. Like especially if you have
Yeah.
day one experience, it's like
They're just too hard, like too hard in
Yeah.
a day one type of thing. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, honestly. Just go for like ease of use. Something that's good damage, but it's easy to use type of thing. What's your view, by the way, on like exotic armor, I guess? Or
I was thinking of checking those. I don't want to go over all of them. Like I'll just tell you like.
yeah.
So Synthos are crazy. Obviously. Like,
Even with the nerf, you think they'll still be good?
I'm not gonna lie, I thought Synthos was lingering for 3 seconds or 2 seconds. When I read that it was lingering for 8, I was shocked. Because that it didn't used to work like that, I swear. So, Synthos, even if they don't linger, they're still like the best exotic on Titan. going from 8 to 5 seconds of lingering effect doesn't change anything in any scenario. Like, it legit doesn't change anything.
Okay.
So yeah, for sure. I don't know when they got moved to 8 seconds, but I swear they were not 8 seconds. Like, people were just lighting me on it. I was like, no way. I think they buffed it like a season ago when Crota came out or something. I don't know. But
Okay.
no, you might have slightly more situations where like you run out of it, but I usually assume that I have Synthos if I have 3 ads around me. Like, I don't even assume I have it if I have 2 around me. Unless I just killed the third one, right? So
Right.
I don't go around when when I'm not surrounded assuming I have Synthos. Also, next season you will hopefully see your buffs. So
Yeah. That would be nice. Holy.
Aeons are good. Worm Gods are good, but Worm Gods are unbelievably harder to use in a day one. I'm not saying you shouldn't ever use it, but hard for me to make an argument for using them over Synthos. You are gaining, what, 35% more damage, roughly? Like, it's 265 against 375% melee damage. I don't know if it's like 40% more damage at max stacks. It's like they're very good, but they're harder to like get running, right? Once you have max stacks Worm Gods, they're better than Synthos, but until you have max stacks Worm Gods, it's not fun to go on contest and take like 4 emmers to like kill a red bar wizard, right? It's just
Yeah.
Also, Synthos give 50% extra damage to every super if you have Synthos perk, which, since I play Solar and I play Emmers, I like that my super actually does damage. So that's why I consider Worm Gods inferior, I suppose. Ursa is good for Banner Shield. I haven't used this in like years, but it is an option in case you need Banner Shield. I don't know, JM, about Void. We will have to see. Strongholds are good, but I've never really used them in serious content. I know some people like really uses those things. They're like unbelievably glitchy as an exotic because so when you block with a sword, depending on how much you block. So first of all, they make you invincible. Like if you're blocking with a sword with these gloves, you don't take any damage pretty much.
Yeah.
But second, when you stop blocking, you get a resto x2, which is insane amount of resto. And it's 25 seconds of resto x2. And it's bugged in a way that if you have like 1 second left of resto and you healing need yourself, it goes back to 25 seconds. Like until it goes to 0, it sets your like default resto timer to 25 seconds. So yeah, they're like an insane exotic if you like wanna proc it and then just run around the whole encounter with 25 seconds of resto, but x2, which makes you invincible. But ultimately, I don't think the game is hard enough in a day one for me to justify starting the encounter, blocking with a sword, getting resto, and then swapping to Synthos. I'll just play on Synthos, and I'm okay with having Restoration X1, which you permanently have because every time you enter a sunspot, you just get it. So hard to like not have it.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying they're bad. I think they are a bit overcomplicating though.
Okay.
Second Chance, I'm gonna mention it because it gives you 2 throwable shields on Void Titan and they bought debuff 15%. So if you're opting to just have a 15% debuff and you don't wanna waste a Tether and you wanna have the Titan debuff, you can have the Titan like, I don't know, Vortex Nade with the debuff fragment and then shield again. Like you can probably keep it up for like 20 seconds by yourself, which isn't like bad. Very niche exotic, like it only uses this, I guess. But, like you're not using this to stun anti-barriers, that's just troll. I think the debuff is like 6 seconds if you do it from the shield. It's not too bad. Paragels, we already talked about this. It's like I'm not gonna say write it off. Like if there is a, I don't know, a Rulk final stand where there is not really any geometry and it's very tight, like you guys aren't killing unless you use a damage super, like sure. do the last phase on the other super and maybe use it, but I don't like it. And
Yeah.
like
I
at
don't
that
like it
point,
either.
use Thunder Crash if you can survive on Arc, which it's hard because the class sucks, but I don't know how much more Paragals do than Thunder Crash. They surely do less in average because half the time they don't hit.
I think with
Um,
3 times Roaring Flames, it probably does more.
Yeah,
But
probably.
I don't know. It's like the Thunder Crash one is so much easier to use.
Active Morrig is good with Xeno. You just never reload it. But you're also probably not DPSing with Xeno the day one. It's actually not bad. Like, it's genuinely like decent on Active Morrig. I can't really tell you the numbers, but I'm not sure if it's better or worse than Linears, but I think it's close and it's just unfailable, right? Like, you're not gonna miss.
Yeah.
But it's definitely way inferior to like Rocket's GL, so you're probably not doing that, but it is an option if the boss is unbelievably sketchy to it.
Okay.
This All of Fire was my main Titan exotic for like the Vogue day one, and like right now though it's just so bad, unfortunately. Like it's still good, but I don't know if it's bad, but it's like, how do I explain it? We were in a meta where we didn't have subclasses 3.0, so if you wanted to use the mini hammer, you had to use like the burning mole, for example, right? And you didn't have like it was way more like set. You could choose between 3 different trees. You didn't have like fragments and stuff, right? So back then you didn't use the mini hammer. You just, your main damage source was thermite grenades, and this allowed you to get a fuck ton of them. But right now, if I feel like if you're playing on Solar and you're not playing on an healing nade, you're just trolling. And
Yeah.
unless, apart from Warlock on Sunburst or Starfire, and which means like you don't need to use an exotic slot to get your healing nade back faster. Like what this does is you get like 4 times the ability regen or something insane when your super is charged, but your shield doesn't do anything. Your mini hammer has infinite uses because you pick it up, so it doesn't synergize too well with what is good right now, which is just go around with Synthos and bonk stuff. Like, it's not a
Yeah.
bad exotic, it's just, I don't think you should play, I don't think you should play it. Especially if you're on mini hammer. If you aren't on mini hammer, I guess it gains more value because then it does recharge your melee, but if you aren't on mini hammer, then what are you doing? So, yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Well, that's really interesting.
Like, it's an interesting exotic. If you want, you can play with it, but it's, I don't know. It still gives you more ability recharge, even if your super isn't charged. But not as strong. Also, I don't like the concept of I shouldn't use my super. Like, I want to be able to use it if I want to use it without losing my exotic perk for the most part, right? Armamentarium is pretty bad. Earth of Most was the strongest Titan exotic for like years, but right now, it's like the exotic isn't even bad, but it worked very well in combination with armor mods like momentum transfer, impact induction. Those things where you use one ability and you get energy on another ability, right? Like,
Yeah.
between the armor mods being overtuned and Earth of Most, you used to have like infinite abilities. Like, it was crazy on Void. Do you know how this exotic works?
Yeah. I do,
Okay.
Yeah.
So like, I think if you play Void, you play this neutral game still, because Synthos doesn't do anything for you on Void.
Okay.
And you need to play. I'll show you like roughly, but it's actually kind of tough. So you need control demolition. That's the strongest thing on Void. Like, the volatile heals teammates. It's very good. All your abilities do volatile. Now, this aspect, it's preference based. I think I would run Offensive Bulwark because this gives you more grenade regen when you have an overshield, and you are losing Bastion, which is the overshield when you place the barricade. But the thing with Bastion is that it makes your... Do you see it says base cooldown 3 minutes 31? Basically, for due to PvP nerf, they made it so when you equip this aspect, your class ability cooldown goes like increased by a fuck ton. So
Oh, okay.
it makes it awful to like cycle your abilities with oil because you have it on. So I will just take it off due to that. Like I think it's a better aspect, but it's not worth the downside. So I'd play Offensive Bulwark, it's not bad. It's also double melee damage when you have an overshield, which can help. You play with the throwing shield, it's easier to proc oil. It's also getting buffed. And I think you play... The nade is tough because the way it used to work back then was like, example, if impact induction gave you like, no, okay, yeah, it gave you like, I don't know, 20% grenade energy on a melee hit. It was 20% every grenade, but now it scales depending on the cooldown of the grenade, right? So since the vortex grenade is the slowest grenade in the game to charge, I think for the slowest grenade, you get only 60% of the effect. So 60% of 20. You will get like 12. That paired with like mods getting nerfed means that when you play oil, it's actually kind of hard to cycle on a vortex grenade, right? It might be easier to cycle on another grenade that has a faster cooldown, but then the grenade will probably suck. So it's kind of hard to like, decide. Like I don't think the void wall is bad, but it's just a weird grenade to use. It gets stuck on geometry, can face the wrong direction, right? Yeah, it's like overall I'd probably use vortex. It also pulls enemies, which is good. Regarding fragments, I haven't looked at those in a while, but it's kind of hard to... There are so many void fragments that are good. Like, very good. So if you need to debuff, you do run the debuff on the grenade. But if you don't need it, this one actually like nukes your build. You lose 20 discipline and you lose a fragment. So if you're not in a boss encounter... Okay, I guess if you're not in a boss encounter, you're probably not playing void. But if you are, maybe don't use this. I don't know. Hard to say. Anyways, this is a good one. I think this one is extremely strong. I think this one is almost mandatory. Because you throw the grenade, and if you hit something for a bit, it recharges most of your melee. And so it keeps the oil cycle going. Oil is Art of a Must. Yeah. The thing where... Okay. I like the grenade duration one a lot, because, again, it makes this one better, because the grenade lasts longer. And then it's kind of tough, like... This one where melee kills recharge grenades isn't bad, but in a day one, your melee is probably not killing anything. So I wouldn't put it on. This one isn't bad. The overshield when you kill something while you are red bar. It can't hurt. Also because this gives you the overshield and then you can proc the double grenade regen from this aspect. So if you play Void Titan, you probably play like this. This one is also not bad. Melee kills give you health regeneration. It also gives resilience. I think that's pretty much it though. Oh, I mean, I guess you kind of want to run Devour though, because there is no reason not to, which is so good. So you either swap grenade duration or the overshield one for Devour and play like this. It's very preference based. If you didn't have to run the debuff, then it will get much better. You can run grenade duration. And even the overshield one. That's super safe. Devour and this one together though might be overkill. So then you can go there. I don't know. And when you play Void Titan, armor mods are... when you play oil in general, armor mods are those that let you cycle abilities, right? So you probably run momentum transfer, you probably run impact induction, and then something to make orbs, or you stack another momentum transfer or impact induction, or even those two to recharge your class ability, right? On your class ability, you would focus on those like Bomber, I don't know, Outreach, like... You still keep Powerful Attraction, I think. On your legs, you can play like recuperation, and then you can have, I don't know, grenade energy on orbs, melee energy on orbs, right? They don't do like all that much, but stacking all of those together, they can help you cycle better. With oil.
You call it oil. What
Yeah,
does
it's
it
because
say?
it's Earth of Immost. It's like the Earth of Immost light. Everyone calls it oil.
Okay.
Yeah, like the whole deal is just like cycling abilities. So it's like it's decent, but hard to justify playing Void when the mini hammer with Synthos exists. Again, though, you might need to run Void because you're running like the Banner Shield, right? So that's why I'm like telling you. What else is there? Yeah, Curious is for Thunder Crash. Arc is a very simple subclass for how you play it. Like you play Jolt on grenades, you play probably Recharge that gives you ability regen when you're red bar, and you play this one. That's 25% DR. When you're surrounded, it's just broken. You can't take this off. As long as you have those free fragments, I don't think it even matters what you run on Arc. All the other ones just aren't very good.
Yeah.
You can run grenade duration, it pulls grenades, because Titan has better arc grenades. And yeah, you always run Knockout and Touch of Thunder. Like Void is probably the only subclass where you like have to think about your fragments and have to make trade-offs, because they're actually, many of them are very good. Arc, you're always running this, like pretty much. Solar, yeah, I don't know. Solar is odd, but you don't always have to run Ashes. That depends if you're... Like, Hunters often don't have to run Ashes, right? Because they're often not igniting things. And their Golden Gun doesn't benefit from it. But, like, a Titan does because the Super can ignite. If you ask most Titans, they're never gonna run Ashes. But I like the value of having my Super do more damage.
Yeah.
Then yeah, the Radiant melee is like... I don't know if you need it, because so many people are gonna proc Radiant. Well gives you Radiant. I just like to have it. Solace is just good. Your Healing Nade lasts longer. Empyrean is good because you can extend. In a day one though, Empyrean falls off pretty bad. Because you can't really chain kills to then extend your things, right? So you don't have to run this necessarily. On Warlock, I like to run Resolve and EL with grenade kills. I often don't play Restoration builds on Warlock. Because I hate running it Rising. I always have Icarus Dash. And I always have an offensive nade. So I like to just play with Resolve and EL on grenade kills and don't use Resto. On Hunter, this one is extremely good. Singing. Class ability recharges faster when you scorch things. It's probably not bad on Warlock with Phoenix Dive either, I guess, but yeah. You don't need it on Titan, your shield is worthless.
Yeah.
And
That's
then...
what I noticed. Like the class ability is not that
Like,
great. Kind of.
It's not even bad, but it's more of like, okay, I want to
It's
close
just
this
like-
angle, I'll place it, but I probably won't need
Yeah.
another one like in the next 10 seconds, right? It doesn't give me any
Right.
value.
Right.
Benevolence isn't bad. It's a lot of regeneration when you give a Radiant or Rest or any class verb to like allies. This works with Lumina if you didn't know. So if you shoot like a teammate with Lumina, you proc this.
Yep.
Yeah, so Solar is there's a bit more choice, but usually I usually play like this, and I can take off Empyrean in a day one for, I don't know, maybe for Benevolence, but I'll probably just skip Empyrean just to make sure. Even if I gain like 1 second of value, like I get, I don't know, I healing nade myself, I get 2 mini hammer kills and I extend it like 2 seconds, that's worth it for me, I think.
Yeah.
Stasis, you're not gonna play Stasis. Strand, you need to have thread of warding, no matter what.
They're nerfing it, right? Like to.
Yeah, to 5 seconds,
5
but it's
seconds?
still by far
Yeah.
the best fragment. It's too good.
Yeah.
I don't know, those are a bit like class dependent. With the grapple mills, this is good because it reloads your weapons, gives a lot of handling. I think generation is also second must have. You just recharge your grenades so much faster. It doesn't matter which class you play, like you might as well. Yeah, I don't know. I think this one is extremely good. Like very, very good. You just shoot any enemy a bunch, and that enemy like does an explosion around him and severs everything. So everything 40% less damage. That's another way that you can sever a boss. You can have someone with like an auto rifle, like shoot 10 bullets on a boss and they're severed, but there are probably easier ways that don't involve you to playing Strand, unless you're a Titan and you wanna play Strand. On Titan, where your melee is good, this one where you're throwing a tangle gives melee energy is very good. On Hunter, defending suspended targets grants class ability energy might be good if you're a suspend build. I don't know. Yeah, if your job is to be on Strand to sever, then you run the one where sever has more duration. I think it goes from 10 to 15 seconds, which is crazy long. But you don't really need to. Like 10 seconds is a lot. You can probably reproc sever if you need it within 10 seconds. Yeah, I'm not even gonna go over stages because it does not matter. We were on exotics anyways. I hope I'm not like giving too much info. I'm trying to synthesize some parts, but also like...
No. It's been
Okay.
been amazing, bro. Like 100%. Yeah.
Oh...
No, keep giving info.
Alright. Those are all trolls. Yeah, you're not using any of those.
Okay.
I'm gonna mention this. When you suspend a target, you gain Woven Mail, which... Obviously Woven Mail is crazy overtuned, but... It's still not something I would ever... Like... If you're playing Strand... Like, there is no reason you shouldn't just use Synthos, get a melee kill. That melee kill gets an orb. And then you get Woven from...
Right.
Thread of Warding. Like, using an exotic to get Woven on Suspend is just crazy because... You're just not... You're not even using the Suspend Grenade, you're probably using the Grapple Melee, right?
Yeah.
Phoenix Cradle is not the worst thing in the game. Like, I wouldn't mind... Like, I could make a loadout with this. Because... It basically makes it so... The buff from the Sunspot Sol Invictus, which is basically like... I think it gives a restoration right now, right? Is twice the duration, and it gives it to allies. So... Yes, you lose that possible damage buff that Synthos will give your super, but if for any reason we're in trouble, we don't have a well, we need to survive something, like a final stand, I can pop my super on Phoenix Cradle, and the Sunspot I make heals everyone on the team. It's only a rest to X1, but it's not bad at all. It's a situational exotic that can be decent. Something you swap to though, like you wouldn't play with this, I don't think. And yeah, for Titan, that's it. Hunters, as I said, Knucklehead is good for final stands.
Yeah, not good.
Like,
With
even if you
the
just save,
outbreak, right?
even if you just save, like, you don't even need to do it on Outbreak. Like, imagine you arrive with a GL, you hit final, and you have like 12 GL shots. Like, there is no reason you shouldn't fire those 12 GL shots from the Knucklehead loadout, right? Of course, with Surges matching your heavy, otherwise no point in even gaining this buff, right? But yeah. Foot Racer gives you Surges X4 when you damage a target with an ability for the element of your subclass. So like, you damage something with a Solar Knife, you gain Solar Surges 4x, right? The thing with this is that 3 surges to 4 surges is like 22 to 25%. So it's never worth using this to go from 3 to 4 surges. The only situation where this helps is, example, for some obscure reason, I want to use like 2 different surges. I can't even think of an example, but if I want to use like solar surges for my rocket, and the sniper I damage with is like, okay, no, never mind. I want to use stasis surges on my rocket because I want to use the cold comfort rocket for some obscure reason. And then my sniper is solar. Okay, I can like use this, and maybe I can use stasis surges on the boots and gain solar surges from the helmet, but that's I wouldn't really ever use it. Like, I don't think it makes sense. Oh yeah, people are mentioning Easy Rocket. You can put triple kinetic surge and then have the solar surge from this helmet, right? The thing about this is, I don't know how long this lasts. You need to have a knife or abilities to proc this, so it's like, I don't know if I'd ever risk not running the main surge, which would be solar surge on my boots, and relying on the helmet to gain that surge, because if you then fuck it up, like you miss your knife, and then you just don't have solar surge that phase, right? Because your boots have triple kinetic surge.
Yeah.
So like, while it can be used, I don't think that's a day one thing. Maybe no, that's just me being bad at Hunter, because I'm sure many teams are gonna have this in their loadouts, so don't like quote me on that, I suppose. I think usually it's just kind of overthinking it. Graviton is gives you more invis uptime. It's a very good solo GM playing like a rat loadout, but it's not something you would ever use in a day one, because in a day one you probably want to play Destiny 2 and not sit invisible for 12 seconds in a row, I guess. Then Worm Mask heals you when you dodge. I don't see why you would ever load out for this. That's more of a PvP exotic. There could be some niche uses in some low mans, definitely not in a day one.
I feel like any space that you were gonna use Wormhusk, just cowl.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, I was thinking like a final stand, you have to survive, but you will just have a well. It's like you wouldn't use fucking War Mask. It's just crazy. Like, yeah. Yeah, Cowl is by far the best exotic on Hunter. It's completely fucking broken. Like, it's... If you're playing Hunter, you need to run this 24/7 in any encounter, and you always swap off to Nighthawk. That's pretty much it. It gives you invis and it heals you to full HPs on any melee kill. It's completely broken. So...
This is speaking if you're playing Solar.
Solar
You're
or
not-
Arc.
Yeah, if you're on Void, then...
If you're
that's-
playing Void,
don't use
then yeah, no. Because your smoke bomb isn't never gonna kill anything, but you're probably playing Solar or Arc, so everyone that's on Solar should run mechanics on this exotic. There is usually no reason not to. And yeah, they
Okay.
can swap to Aeons when they need to do the finisher if they need to, but
Okay.
we killed it twice, excellent. We got a Goldie chunk, then we killed again.
So-
We might have got a Goldie chunk twice, but
And then
we
what, like,
didn't. We didn't want to do it twice. Check my Twitter.
So wait, does that mean you do like triple swap then as a hunter? Like you swap to Celestial Nighthawk for damage, and then what you swap to again to like Lucky Pants afterwards?
I mean, you can have definitely have multiple loadouts. Okay, I mean, it's not bad. Like, it's not bad to do mechanics on Lucky Pants. Don't get me wrong. Cowl is usually safer, but Lucky Pants are definitely a solid second contender to like do mechanics, and I don't want to like write it off, right? It's just like not. It doesn't give you that like pocket invincibility that this works on finishers too, by the way. So you don't even need a melee. Like,
I would just say that, like, you can't, like, yeah, you can use Lucky Pants in normal encounters, but, like, flow of, like, a puzzle encounter or something like Bridge and Crota or whatever, you are probably just going to be on Void in those anyway, and once you're on Void, that's when you should be using, I don't remember what the name of the chess piece is.
Falcons.
Is it Gwizin? No, yeah, Gerfalcons. So, like, once you're on Gerfalcons, there's no reason to swap to Lucky Pants. And there's no world where in, like, a boss encounter, once you're now on Solar Hunter, you should ever... Like, I don't feel like there's a reason to use Lucky Pants over Assassin's Cowl because you want to stay alive to get to the damage phase.
There could be like an encounter where your job is like to kill a big major that you have to fry, and maybe there is value to it, but
Yeah, I guess. Fair.
it's like it's something you have to see on the fly. Like if you have to go into an encounter blind, I will just go Cowl, and if you see that it's like
Yeah, exactly.
safe and you want more damage, you can maybe play Lucky Pants. I think.
Okay.
Something welcome. I don't know.
No, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
check Obama's Twitter kill too. Excellence. Check
Yeah, I
his
haven't
kill.
done Crota. That's okay. I mean, you're not really spoiling that much, I don't think.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've talked about mechanics at all.
Yeah, you just said there was a bridge. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, that's how the encounter is called. It's called cross the bridge. Like,
Oh no, it's over. Fuck.
Valkyries is just troll. Blight Ranger is the worst exotic in the game. This thing gives you
Oh my
woven when
god,
you
that's
grapple.
ugly.
It gives you
That is-
woven when you
that's
grapple.
worse than precious scars. What is that, man? I'm not wearing that. Even if that's the best exotic, I'm not wearing that.
So I don't see a reason for an Hunter to play Strand with Goldie being so good. If an Hunter was to play Strand for some obscure reason, I don't think this exotic is bad.
Yeah.
But if you probably run Cowl even on Strand, like it's surely not bad, right? Your mid isn't as crazy, but I don't know. They fixed
I don't
it so you don't get out of invis when you pick it up now.
I know Vile swears by whatever the Strand helmet is called, however you say that, if he is gonna be on Strand, but
So this one,
uh
like,
your stream, but yeah, Arachne, saw
Yeah,
it,
okay.
whatever the hell it's called.
you also have to be on grapple. While I feel like when you're on Strand and Hunter, the Shackle Grenade is probably better. So yeah. I don't know. Probably you shouldn't
In an
worry about
idea-
this.
Yeah, in an ideal world, a hunter just isn't playing Strand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yagam Caraspine was decent and got nerfed for PvP. The exotic is dead. Never use mechanistic sleeves. It's not a bad exotic, but you have to be a red bar to do double sidearm damage. Like unbelievably sketchy. It works on Forerunner, but not worth being a red bar to do double Forerunner damage.
Yeah.
Aeons are Aeons. Shinobus are awful. Those are awful. Shards of Garanor are a decent exotic. Like if you're doing Warlord's Ruin, like the Ogre, you can get like 4 Blade Barrages off, right? Because after you eat it, you get like usually at least half of it back. But it's not a very day one exotic. Since, day one you often just prefer, if you're using Blade Barrage, you just prefer to use it on Star Eaters and get the 70% damage buff or whatever it is and call it a day, right? You don't want to worry about, oh, let me do like Shards of Garanor and then maybe I'll get another super before the phase ends. Like on Dragon's Breath, you could be able to because Dragon's Breath gives a fuck ton of super energy with ignitions. But I don't see a universe where someone will use this in a day one over Star Eaters. It's just so much easier to use Star Eaters without worrying about super regen. Hydrate, sure. Oathkeepers is atrocious. The Arson Shake are not good. They basically give you more melee damage after you melee something or they melee you. But they fixed it so it doesn't stack with combination blow, which is the damage buff on melees on Arcanter. So basically having this doesn't even really do anything. And Cowl is just 20 times better. So yeah. And you're not... There is also no reason to use this without combination blow. It's kind of like a dead exotic and it's a rework, I think. I hope so, Red. That nerf was stupid. Well, I don't even know what this does. Yeah, it's like a weird Warlock exotic. Like, don't use this. That's a funny exotic that makes your knife bounce and do like triple damage. Like the weighted knife. You can one-two punch with this. There were some funny fucking videos where those people were like using div with max handling and then swapping to a shotty, one-two punch, and then throwing the knife and one-shotting champs, but very goofy exotic, not a day one exotic. Renewal Grasp did get better now with Frost Armor, I think. Posture check, sure. The thing with Frost Armor is they're gonna give you max stacks if you sit on it a bit, and then it's gonna be better than before because it will linger, so you can when the nade ends, you still will have frost armor for however many seconds. I think it's 9. The thing is, you if you aren't on stasis and you don't have the fragment to store more stacks of frost armor, the max stacks is 5, and 5 is like 22% DR, 22.5, which isn't bad by any means, but I don't know if it's worth. I don't know if it's worth like having an Hunter on stasis. Like that sounds so bad to lose a Goldie for it.
Other classes have like similar sources of DR that the trait like it's more worth it to just put a different class on making team survive than giving up the damage to put a hunter on team survivability. So I just don't think renewals are ever going to be like the preferred option over just giving another or like putting a Strand Titan, having them throw a tangle for Woven.
The one thing people mentioned, Moople, is there is nothing in the Solar subclass that makes Goldie do more damage. It only gives duration when knock them down to the Precision Goldie. So if you run Prismatic with Goldie and Renewal Grasp with the Dusk Field, it could be worth it, I suppose.
I didn't know Prismatic had those.
Right? Yeah, I think. I mean, you're not running Healing Nade, and your subclass probably blows, but you can. I think it's like. I think it's something to consider for hunters, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I've been telling Vile that I think Prismatic is probably the least bad on hunters.
Mm-hmm. Calibans are like, no, just don't. It's like, it's not even a bad exotic. It's just, are you gonna punch your screen after you throw your second knife and it just tracks to the wrong thing and it just explodes and doesn't kill anything? Just don't use it. It basically makes your like proximity knives kills ignite. It's just so inconsistent because it always tracks to the wrong things or it tracks too hard and misses. It's just not fun to use, I don't think. This exotic is awful. This exotic is just funny but not good.
You get a
Raiden?
Like...
Raiden Fluxar is like makes your arc strider better, but you should not be using an arc strider, so this is awful. Dragon Shadow is just funny Billy rotation with double special, which you shouldn't do in a day one. Ophidian Spade gives you double melee charge with it doesn't really matter. 6 Coyote is double dodges. That's not a bad exotic, but there is also probably better things you can run. The fourth belt is gonna arrive after Final Shape, maybe. They said to not expect it for Final Shape. Yeah, I think Frost Armor and Prismatic Hunter might be good with Renewal Grasps. This exotic is awful. PvP exotic that got nerfed. This is... What the fuck is that? Yeah, no, it's... No, awful. Okay. I didn't even know what that is. Like, did you get reworked? I think this just lets you stop blocking with... It's like stop your Arc Strider super and gives you 4x Arc Surges. It's just useless. Anyways. It's like, many of those exotics used to give you stackable damage buffs, and they actually had a place in the game, right? Like Bakris used to give you 10% damage to slowed targets and 10% to arc weapons, stacking with everything else. They reworked all those exotics to give surges, but you can't stack surges if you already have surges, so they are basically just all dead for some reason. Omnioculus is extremely good on Void. That's the best it's not on Void. Because... No, sorry, I'm fucking stupid. I meant your Falcons. Sorry. Okay, Omnioculus is... You don't want to use it. What it does is you have choose mock bombs, and when you're in Viz, you gain 50% damage resist, so you take half the damage, which isn't like the worst thing in the game, but it's more of a GM exotic, and even in GMs there are better things to use. Your Falcons is crazy good. So this, every time you come out of Invis, it gives your Void Weapon volatile rounds.
Yeah, I heard this was good with Graviton Lance, right?
That,
Really?
but even just avoid machine gun, like it just goes hard.
Yeah.
Also, I didn't even know this effect, but you and nearby allies gain a reserve overshield and improve class ability regeneration. Basically, when they use a class ability, then they get an overshield too. Like, it's just very nice. But this part doesn't even matter. Like, it's good for the volatile on Void, because the way Void Hunter works is... I think it's... What is it? It's this one, Stylish Executioner. If you defeat a target that's debuffed and weakened, suppressed, or volatile, so volatile is one of them, you go invis. So it's an infinite cycle, because you're like... You go invis, come out, you have volatile rounds, shoot something, you make it volatile, you kill it, you go invis, then you shoot again, and like you keep doing that. So you keep going invis and refreshing volatile rounds.
Okay.
So yeah, on Void you probably run that. Obviously, again, for... In a boss encounter, you still run Gear Falcons for mechanics on Void, and obviously when damage starts, you can swap to Night Oak because you're not on Gold, and you can swap to Star Eaters because your Tether isn't a damage super. On Hunter, when DPS starts, I think you just swap to Refuse Rigs, maybe? Depending on which Tether you're using.
May as well, regardless.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. I mean, I don't know if there is an argument to be made that if you don't have the triple tether, you just use Lucky Pants, I guess, for DPS.
It's probably fair.
But if you don't use Lucky Pants, like, what this does is, the Mobius Quiver is like the triple tether that has 2 shots. It gives you a third shot. And it does decent damage. On top of, I think this lasts like 6 seconds. So with this, you can like extend it longer, because you like shoot one, after 5 seconds you shoot again, after 5 seconds you shoot again. Or before it ends. So if you're using the triple tether, that lets you extend. That said, I don't think you should ever use the triple tether. It's too much work. The big tether is like 12 seconds, bigger range. If the boss like walks a bit or TPs a bit but stays in the range, in the radius, it will still be tethered. So you will have to make a very solid argument to run the triple tether. Like, yes, it does more damage than the big tether. The big tether doesn't do anything pretty much. But having the risk of like the boss walking out of it is probably not worth it. Like, even a boss like Caretaker on first floor, despite it moving very little, it can definitely get out of Mobius tether, because the radius is like very tiny. While the big tether, you just throw it in the middle and call it a day. Blood Ranger is awful, guys. What do you want me to say? Sorry, I'm not really reading chat right now. Stompies are... This sounds like a meme, but they're actually not bad, because they got reworked to give 30% DR when you jump. So you can kind of use it to parry things. Like, you're about to get stomped, you just jump, and that stomp does 30% less to you, so... I don't see a situation where you would use it, but... I don't know. It's like an example that I can think of nowadays, Rulk, like a possible Rulk day 1. I don't think, I mean, the DPS loadout Stompies with Surges is bad, because is Rulk about to kick you, you just jump and don't get one shot. Like, it's not the worst thing in the game, right? It's very niche. Usually you're just sitting in a well with your feet on the ground and damaging, but if you're not using Lucky Pants, it's not bad. Lucky Pants is mainly just like... how do I explain it? Like, if the boss is far away, you don't use it, and if the damage phase is like, I don't know, 20 seconds, you also probably don't use it. Those gain value the longer the damage phase is, right? Because if you can fire all your heavies off and then do Lucky Pants, you're probably gonna do crazy damage compared to what any Titan or Warlock can do. Since they can only use their heavy and then that's it. They can fire some sniper shots, but they don't have another pocket heavy to use afterwards. Like, in a shorter damage phase, if the damage phase is 10 seconds, Lucky Punch is probably a damage loss, right? Because someone just dumping an envious GL will probably do more, right? They're a very good like total damage tool while keeping the DPS similar, but they aren't like more DPS than heavies, I don't think.
Do you think they should have got nerfed actually in the most recent patch
Uh,
stuff?
The thing about them is they suck with Everyone Cannon, they're broken with Malfeasance and Warden Slow. So I think they should have just made it, I don't know, 15 to 20% worse just on those two cannons. If they wanted, and just on bosses, right? I don't care about them on red bars on champs or stuff like that. I think on bosses that should probably went down a bit. They will already go down though because kinetic weapons will get the nerf. So both Malfeasance and the Warden Slow will get the 15% nerf, right? From kinetics. And Warden Slow also is gonna also lose boss spec. So maybe that's gonna be enough to push it like down. It's weird because I think they should do more damage than special weapons because they're an exotic and they have a cooldown. But I don't think they should do similar DPS to like an FGL, right? And right now they almost do. But it's I don't know. I think they're overtuned right now, but they're also like a bit situational, especially when there is like new content, right?
Okay.
Gemini Jester is a PvP exotic, disorients enemies. Don't think this is a use unless there is an immune enemy that you want to disorient. But Frosties are not something you want to use. Bombardiers, nah. Star Eaters are very good. If you're using Blade Barrage or if you're using the Arc Hunter Super, those are like a must-have. You grab your orbs before damage and then throw it. I don't think you ever use this on Goldie. They buff Nighthawk so much that like it's not worth going through the effort of grabbing the orbs when you're just doing less DPS because it still takes time to fire free Goldie shots, while the one-off shot, even if it does less, it's, it's faster in your damage phase. And obviously, not that you should run multiple Arc Hunters because the subclass is inferior to Solar, but you also shouldn't because they don't stack. Like, only one of the two supers will jolt the boss and do the damage,
Okay.
so it's not something you can stack.
Yeah.
Those things, I don't even know what exactly they do, and Radiant Dance Machines are... Like, they're not bad, but I truly wouldn't be dodging around in a day one. Like, if you have a GL, you have Envious procced. If you have Apex Predator, you're just using Reconstruction and auto-loading. You really don't need to, like, do anything crazy with this, I don't think. It's like, unless there is, like, a very niche, like, 12 seconds damage phase where there will be value in firing, like, I don't know, 10 rockets in those 12 seconds and not doing anything else, right? But very, very unlikely, I think. Warlock. I'm really not an expert on all of this, but chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but you're probably not using any of those. I don't think Nezarexin is bad on Void, but I don't think you're using it. Crown got power craft by Fallen Sunstar, I think. On Arc.
I don't know. Barely used either of them.
Yeah. So Stag is good. The Stag is... so most effects that affect a Rift affect your well too. Stag doesn't. So if you want to get the effect from this, you have to place an healing Rift. You can't just place a well and gain the effect. Anyways, this gives like damage resist. I don't know how much is it. It's more than 20, but it's pretty good. The thing is, it's kind of unpractical because the healing Rift isn't that big.
It was 15.
15 only? I thought it was more. Okay, my bad. People are saying 25.
Wrong, but
Yeah, I think it's more. I think it's 25.
it was 15. My bad.
All good. So there is a chance you could use this, but I don't see many people using this. I don't know how practical it is. Verity's Brow is... This is a crazy good exotic when you're just doing like low mans and sketchy things, like or 80 on solo, but I don't know how day one ready this is. This gives you like grenade regen when you get kills with weapons that match your subclass, and goes up to 5 stacks, and at 5 stacks you have like double grenade damage too. And it also gives like insane grenade regen to your teammates. By insane, I mean like 9 times the grenade regen. Like, it's almost instant. It's definitely not a bad exotic. I don't know though. I feel like it's too much work for it to like work well compared to easier options that Warlocks have.
Why is that? Like, because you just have to get so many kills, or
You have to keep it cycling for you
Yeah.
to be able
Mm,
to like actively keep giving the grenade regen, and the grenade regen is within a radius around you whenever you throw a grenade, and I believe it's a relatively small radius.
okay.
So like you can definitely use it, but there's like if simple is the name of the game, then there's 3 other exotics that you can put on and just not really think about it.
Okay.
It's also like the grenade regen you get for yourself is pretty bad. Like, even with 5 stacks, you're not like spamming grenades, I don't think.
Throwing them more often than you would be, but yeah,
Yeah.
you're not slinging them. It's not rapidly press Q and throw a grenade every time you do.
Apotheosis is very good, as I said. Again, mainly for total damage. Like, if you... Sure, spamming like 4 fusion nades does less than spamming your betas with GL, but that doesn't really matter because that probably means you're gonna use the GL later, right? In many damage phases, you run out of heavy and then you finish damaging with a special. This allows you to not do that, and it probably does more DPS than a sniper, right? So, yeah, definitely a very good exotic for DPS phases. It also gives grenade, melee, and crossability to your teammates around you. That's nice.
Yeah.
Throwing in general in Destiny, throwing a grenade during damage, if you have a grenade that does decent damage, is a good thing. You might lose DPS, but you don't care because you're gaining the total damage that probably matters more. And I don't even know if they fixed it, but I personally used to throw a grenade when I had to swap a weapon because you would basically not waste time throwing a grenade since you would do both animations at once, basically, right? You swap weapon and throw the grenade, and when the throwing grenade animation finishes, you have your other weapon out, right? So often throwing a grenade during damage isn't even a damage loss. I think they fixed this animation cancel on some grenades, but yeah, that's just a generic thing. Like, don't be afraid of throwing a grenade if you have a good one.
Yeah.
Astrocyte is for Blink, that's troll. Fairwinter is a weird one because it gives a 30% debuff, so like Tractor and Tether, and it's also like... I think it's a fuckton. Like, even if you finish a red bar, I'm pretty sure it's like 15 seconds or something crazy. The thing is, you ebb to do a finisher, which is like... It's not super complicated, but it's also not the easiest thing in the game. This goes a bit back to the... Don't overcomplicate it, I think.
Yeah.
And Moople can probably talk about it more because he used it more than me, but...
Talk about what?
Fellwinter's like, I don't think you fly into a day 1 and I'm like, oh, I'm just Fellwinter to debuff, right? It's
No,
like...
I mean, it's just not practical. At one point, it was more not practical than it is now. But, I mean, I don't know. I just don't see a world where you're coordinating 6 people and, it'd be a very, like, in the moment, hey, we fell winters. I wouldn't say it's like, if you're flying into something that you don't know, will never, what are you going to do? Predict that there's a red bar next to the boss that you'll be able to finish? It's like, it's not realistic. So I wouldn't fly into a raid with it, but I guess if I had the loadout slots, then I'd put it together.
Yeah, that's fair, I think. Alright, Don't Charles, I don't even want to talk about this because Obama was saying like it's crazy, but surely it was just trolling, right? Did you guys actually
No,
like...
it actually is like, it's respectable total, but it puts you on the worst. Okay, maybe not the worst, but not great to play. It doesn't do anything for your team. It's a really long, drawn-out roaming super that you're gonna be stuck in for a long time, and you have to actively use, like, you're still on solar, but then you're choosing to use Dawnblade over well, and teammates probably aren't gonna like that.
Yeah,
It's
like
more
it
of a
could be
solo thing.
not
I
even
mean, yeah, you
solo,
can look
man.
at it that way.
Maybe. It could be decent if you really need that extra total damage, but usually you just don't. And usually giving up the well is probably not worth it, right? I think that's it.
I just don't think, like, this does have a neutral game aspect to it. It makes Scorch better, and your Scorch gives you melee energy, I believe. But there's, Sunbracers and Starfire for neutral game.
Yeah. Fallen Star, I think it's a decent Arc Exotics. But you're probably not playing Arc, and if you're playing Arc, you're playing Vesper. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think you use this. Cenotaph is, it's just crazy broken, so yeah. I don't think I need to talk about this. Some bracers are some bracers. I don't need to talk about this. They're like, I don't like using them in a day one, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't. Like, there could be an encounter where you're like, oh shit, there are those like free spawn doors, and there is this very easy add to kill every time before end. Let's use some bracers, right? Don't write it off like at all. It's definitely though like, you shouldn't write it off, but it shouldn't be like, oh, that's the best, I should use this. Like, think about it and make like a conscious choice, I guess. Again, I think Moople can talk about it more, but he probably doesn't even like it at all, so I don't know.
Oh, I hate playing Sunbracers.
Yeah.
I will play it if I absolutely have to, but they are the worst feeling exotic to me in the game. It is very often that you will kill something with a melee and then just not get the exotic perk. Doesn't give it to you.
It's because I don't know if you know, but the first source of Scorch that you apply to an enemy is the one that's gonna, so to say, get the kill. So if I throw a solar grenade at a target and then I snap the target and it dies to Scorch, it's gonna like count as a grenade Scorch kill. So you want to get some bracers. Even if the Scorch from the grenade already ran out. Like, unless it fully runs out and then you melee, it's still gonna count the first source of Scorch, which you can abuse in your favor. Like, you can technically like snap something knowing it won't kill and then you nade it. If the Scorch kills it, then that counts as a bracer skill. But it's just fucking weird. I don't know. I don't know how to do it well. Currencies are extremely good. On finishers, they give you Resto X2. On melee kills, they give you Resto X1. I don't think in a day one your plan should be, oh, let me prep this ad and do a finisher. Because as I said, the Empyrean has less value inherently when there are 6 people shooting ads. But it's definitely not a bad exotic. Like, I can see a use for this. Especially if you're playing some bracers. Or Starfire and you don't have Resto because you're not running anything for Resto and you want to proc Resto and then try to keep it going, but it will be hard in a day one to keep it going. So yeah, I don't know.
It's not something that I would personally try.
Winter's Guide are like Worm Gods are for Titan, exact same exotic, but they reworked Worm Gods to have way longer duration, while Winter's Guile don't, and if you lose stacks once, it goes back to 0, it doesn't go down 1, so they're just dog shit. Also, Warlocks don't have, like, melee damage, like enhancers, so it's just bad. Ophidians is just a lot of handling and reload. It's a very nice feeling exotic, but it's more of like a PvP thing. In PvE, it's not bad, but there are better things. Yeah. Also because, as I said, you should usually keep rotation simple. You don't care about insane handling most of the time. Claws of Mankara gives you double melees. There are better things. Controversy, I think it's a good exotic on Void, but after the nerf they did to ability regen, I don't even know if it works well. It's like when you
I
charge
haven't
your
played with
grenade.
exotic in forever.
Yeah, when you charge your grenade and it's something, if the target stays in it a while, you get like... You used to get basically your full vortex grenade back. I don't know if you do anymore though. It's probably still good, but you're probably not playing Void, and if you are, I don't think you're using controllers. It's a very like it's a very solo GM. There's this champ with like 10,000 HPs kind of thing. Like Moople said earlier, you don't want to like be like, oh, this ogre spawned, let me throw a controverse grenade and like wait 10 seconds for it to die. Like just fucking kill it with a bonk hammer in like 1 second, right? Yeah, I think it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that.
Sounds...
Yeah, this is just not practical. Necrotic Grips is good with like Striga, but you're not using Striga. I think it also improves Necrochasm and Thorn. It has a bunch of interactions with the Weapon of Sorrows or whatever those free weapons are. It makes their poison spread better, I think. It doesn't.
Yeah.
You're not using this. No. That's the Cope Stasis Warlock exotic that gives you 2 grenade charges and people use it to like throw the double stasis turrets, but I think that shit is like super troll. You should kill enemies, not freeze them with stasis turrets, so... Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. Validors is the one we talked about earlier. After the rework, placing the rift will give everyone around you a frost armor max stacks. And then when you cast your super on Stasis Warlock, every right click with your super gives also max stacks of frost armor. I just don't think that's very... Like, the rift one is decent, I guess, but the super one is not. Like, you're not gonna, like... I don't see a universe where there is a DPS phase and you pop a Stasis super. Like, what are you doing? I don't know.
Yeah,
Unless you were, like, Tractor beforehand, but no, I don't think so.
it'd have to be crazy incoming damage for you to even consider it.
Like, the only use for this can be, like, you swap to this before damage, place a rift, swap back to, like, a... And even then, you have to be on stasis, so no. I don't...
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Do you have to be on stasis? Surely, right?
Yeah, but you have to have Frost Pulse equipped as well. And Frost Pulse
Oh,
eats one
okay,
of
yeah.
your aspect slots, which, yeah, not great.
What does Frostbolt even do?
The place your healing or place a rift and emit a freeze pulse.
I see, yeah.
Pretty bad compared to the other two.
That's the one I mentioned earlier. I don't think that's, like, the worst debuff option if you wanted the debuff. Because your Void Souls have longer duration and they do debuff. If you haven't played with them, you place a rift, shoot a target, and the first target you shoot, the Void Soul flies to it and then keeps it debuffed. I think it's 15 seconds. So if you... People can correct me on the number, but if the target doesn't move around, that's a very nice option if you don't want to run a tractor or don't want to run a tether and you're like, let's run the 15% debuff. You still have a Nova, which isn't the worst thing in the game. You definitely want to run though the tiny Nova, like the Vortex one, because the big Nova, there is a 99% chance your team is going to fire like 2 rockets at it and they're going to just hit the Nova and not the boss, because it has an hitbox. So never use the big Nova, I don't think. It doesn't even do much more, if at all.
Does ever so slightly more, I believe. Actually, I think it's Vortex that does ever so slightly more.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. The issue with Nova, like the options between them is that, like Salt said, the big Nova can block your teammate's shots, and then the Seekers sometimes just don't even hit the boss. And then the Vortex one, if the boss can't stay in the Vortex the whole time, then it is significantly less damage than Big Nova.
You can check the VOD for discussion, Curve.
Okay.
Starfire is... Yeah, I mean... most people are gonna tell you that, like, this is bad after the nerf, but Moople will disagree, I will disagree, like, I think this is crazy good. Like...
This shit is peak, man.
Is this your favorite exotic, Moople?
This is my favorite exotic in the game, and it will forever be.
Yeah, you just
Just
get
too
double
practical, man.
fusions.
Yeah.
As I said, there is that interaction where when you're in an Emperor Rift, you get energy if you hit targets, but you can just play it on Phoenix Dive. you get grenade kill, it recharges your Phoenix dive fully, and then you can have mods that, when you use the class ability, give you grenade energy, like Bomb Bear, and you just go crazy. Like,
Put double bomber on your class item. Put I think melee gives you grenade energy on gloves. And then yeah, just cycle your abilities that way.
What people don't like it just because it got nerfed, or
It got like old Starfire went from being a do everything in the game exotic to a exclusively like major killer exotic, and yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, I wouldn't even say it was like exclusively a DPS exotic previously, but it was tied into a lot of rotation with rockets, and it let you do a lot more damage compared to what it is now.
okay.
Vesper is the best exotic for Arc, but you shouldn't play Arc. Anyways, when so your Rift does the shock waves that I think blind. Oh, I didn't even know this worked even when you weren't an Arc. Okay, that's crazy. Yeah, but it basically, yeah, it basically blinds everything around you, and it also gives you like insane Rift regen when you're surrounded, so you can keep spamming Rift and everything keeps being blinded. But it's similar to the, it's better, but similar to the Stasis Warlock argument, where it's like, just kill them, don't do that. And you're also just playing Arc, you don't have basically any healing, you don't have a Well of Radiance. It's a strong build for some GMs. I think there is like a record on like, I think it's GM. Isn't it GM like Navota or whatever? Or wasn't there like a crazy run on Strand sorry, on Arc Warlock? Maybe I'm crazy though.
No idea, I don't keep up with that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess though our counter one punch would be better. Anyways, it can be niche. I don't think it's a day one thing at all. I don't even know what this is. It got reworked 18 times. Like,
This is the standing in a rift to X4 surge, I believe.
I think it's 2x surge actually, but I think its niche is you can do the double surge, right? So you're on Solar, you want surge for your Solar sniper.
Yeah, I remember we spoke about this.
But I don't think this really has any uses. Like this double surge thing doesn't really matter. Like it just, you probably are gonna just match your special with your heavy. And we're also in this meta where most people are gonna use GLs and you just dump the GL. You don't need to use a special weapon with it. Like rotating a special and an heavy gives you total damage, but you definitely lose a fuck ton of DPS if you're using a GL due to the way they work. Chromatic Fire is just explosions. I don't think it's good.
It does some verb stuff depending on what your subclass is, but I wouldn't say it's, you know, if you're looking for ad clear out of any of them, then you may as well just play Sunbraces or Starfire still.
So Phoenix Protocol basically kills in a well, gives you well energy up until 50%. All those exotics that give you super energy for doing something are capped at 50%. Anyways, this doesn't really do anything because if you place a well and then DPS a boss, just by damaging the boss, you probably get half your well. So having this on wouldn't really do like anything in pretty much every scenario. So I don't think there is ever a reason to use this. It's not like bad, but
I always bring a loadout with Phoenix in it because I do think it has value in encounters that are just like a puzzle or whatever. But I could probably say that I've only ever swapped to it like twice in the past 4 years.
Then this is pretty bad. Battle of Battle Harmony, I think it's already good and it's getting buffed. Like, I think this would be good for neutral game.
Oh my god, it looks awful.
What this does is it just gives you a lot of super energy for getting kills with weapons matching your subclass. Like, it's gonna give you a lot. So if you're using Sunshot with well, it's gonna be like insane. Like you kill 20 red bars, you get your super from 0, I think. Something like that. And when you have full super energy, you get, I think it's 4x surges. So like running around with like Sunshot with 4x surges permanently, that's not bad. Actually, is it even permanent or is it after you charge your super though? Wait. Because it's just a temporary bonus. I think it might be for a duration when you charge it. Or no, I don't know.
I thought it worked like Rampage, where it was just refreshed after you got kills. But that might have been post-rework. Or sorry.
Surely someone in chat knows. They're saying for 10 seconds after every kill. That's not bad.
So it's just like Rampage, basically.
I mean,
Well,
way
Rampage
easier
if-
to extend. Yeah.
Yeah, Rampage if it was cracked.
Transversal steps give you like 7% sprint speed, they go above the cap, I think, and they reload your weapons after you sprint for like 1 or 2 seconds. It's more of like a speedrun exotic. I don't think you use this in a day one ever. Luna factions are not bad at all. Like, as Moople mentioned earlier, you might have noticed, he said like, before they made Apotheosis good, if there is a damage phase, I might as well swap to Luna factions, because it just gives your weapons more range and more... Like, it doubles their effective range and gives you more reload speed. Like, it's very simple, but if you don't have anything else to do, you might as well, right? It's not bad.
Yeah.
Even if you're using GLs, like one of you died, he doesn't have Envious. If your Warlock has Luna factions, he can actually reload and not take 5 business days to do so. So that's not bad. Geomags extend the duration of Chaos Reach, but you're not using Chaos Reach.
If you do end up on Chaos Reach,
Yeah,
then
you swap to
before
those.
you ever use your super, you will use those. Otherwise, you are tossing away a massive amount of damage.
What the fuck, Lyle?
Okay.
That's rude. Yeah, no. No. I mean, so this is like a weird exotic. It's like Lumina. It gives a 35% buff after you place an Emp Rift. Like, basically like the noble rounds track to teammates, but it's so sketchy. It doesn't even work if they are in the rift with you. You have to like go away from your team, place the rift, and then it needs to track to teammates. Just don't use this. So like it's so broken.
I see. Fortunate.
They seem kind of cool.
Yeah. Second filaments are not bad at all. Casting and empowering Drift grants Devour. I don't think you have to be on Void for this, have you?
No, you don't.
Yeah, which is very good. Because you can extend Devour on any subclass, right? Devour extends by itself by getting kills. So yeah. Like many broken builds in like low mans are... There was a crazy one back then. It was Arc Titan with Storm Nades with Devour. You will proc Devour, swap to Arc Titan, and you will go insane because you will get the nade regen and healing from Devour on Arc, which was just game breaking. Not the day one practical because you won't really extend Devour in a day one. But it does make it so damage dealt from the Empowering Rift stuns Overload champs.
Overloads, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think this works in a well, does it? Maybe? I don't know.
Be surprised if it did.
Yeah, I don't think so. I didn't mention this about Overload, but it's important to mention, I think. When you overload a target, they do 25% less damage for I don't know how long. I think it's 25, but they do less damage, even a boss. The thing is, not everything that applies Overload applies Disrupt, which is whatever makes them do less damage. The artifact mods do, for example. Like the first column. Someone is saying it might be 20 anyways. Yeah. I don't know if those boots do apply Disrupt. I mean, someone could just check it. You place a rift in a lost sector, shoot a sniper, see how much damage it does, then you get shot without those boots and see what happens. But So they might have this niche use, but I don't think you are ever using this to like disrupt something. If you need them to do less damage, you probably just use
Probably
Sever.
just look for a way to sever, yeah.
And I'm also pretty sure Div does disrupt. So if you're using a Div, that enemy will do 25% less. Like I'm 99% sure. I will have to test that too. I don't remember. Rain of Fire the funny reload on Icarus Dash. Not super practical in a day one, I don't think. They're not bad though. Like they're definitely not bad. Unlikely the Radiant Dance machines, those don't require you to be close to a target. Those just work, so it's definitely not bad. Like if you wanna have a Warlock just like dump 5 rockets at the start of the damage phase, they probably can with this. But
Just
make
takes
sure
a
you
lot of
don't kill your
coordination among
teammates.
the team.
Yeah.
Kairos and I spoke about it at one point, and I would say like the only practical time that you would ever be able to do this is if like you are specifically accounting for the Warlock standing at the back of the well,
Right.
because then they're not gonna kill, or well,
You have like pre-assigned
they're not gonna, yeah, they're not
spots,
gonna have their
kinda.
teammates kill themselves.
Yeah.
I guess now that Radiant lingers for 8 seconds after you exit a well, there is a bit more value to those. Like you can
True.
Icarus Dash off the well and it won't fuck your damage.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, I think now the playstyle will revolve a lot around your well is getting blasted. I'm gonna move out of the well to like dodge the attack instead of just face tanking it. Because you
Yeah.
won't lose damage and yeah, you will dodge the attack, I guess, if you can't tank it. I don't even know what those are, but don't use those.
Strand Warlock is doomed.
Yeah. Threadlings are so bad, like I don't know. But I think it's nice that we went over every exotic, but
Yeah.
I'm definitely
yeah,
down to like
yeah.
answer questions now or like stuff like that if you have any.
I mean, you guys kind of covered my like this talk for me. It was really good just to get a general feeling about how you guys like view the game. Because you guys view the game very differently to how I've seen some other people view the game, and it's actually been really nice to kind of like talk to you guys to actually get your like input. There's obviously the people that clear day one first multiple times in a row. So yeah, it's been like that has been like the best thing I think I've taken away from this. Just the kind of general kind of like principle of always safety over anything else type of thing.
To some degree, I don't even want to say safety. It's just keeping it simple.
Keeping it simple, yeah. Simple is always better. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been something that's really kind of nice, I think. Because yeah, it's definitely something I noticed as well, is that, or I can imagine that, when the content is like what is contest like -25, right?
20.
Or -20.
For Crota, they made it weird. It was 20 for the damage you took, but 25 for the damage you inflicted, so enemies had a bit more health.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like lately -20 doesn't feel bad. Like back then, like shit hurt you a lot. Since 2 years ago, they added that like 30% passive resistance to resilience. Since then, contest has never felt like, oh, adds hurt. Not really. Like GMs feel way more punishing than a day one raid. It's not even close.
You're just
Yeah.
more wary than you usually would be.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely been nice, like, because obviously, yeah, I mean, it makes sense, like what you guys are saying, how you kind of like view it. But yeah, I mean, so I mean, in terms of questions, I mean, you guys covered like every exotic.
Weapon slash armor, pretty much.
I don't think I really have any other questions, to be honest with you. Unless they're like super kind of like specific things. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just want to go away and tell my team a bunch of stuff, I guess. But yeah.
One
and
thing I
hopefully
didn't
they will-
mention, people on Sunshot, like the scout mods are very good. If you run finders and scouts on your helmets,
Oh,
in
true.
any type of encounters, like that's just so much value. Because
Yeah.
exotic primaries inherently make more ammo,
Yeah, they
and
put
then you make
more,
them for
right?
your team. Like, they don't give you much ammo, like the finder breaks don't give you much ammo, but it's still ammo. On the rockets, they have insane value because they can't give you less than one rocket, right? So,
Right.
yeah.
No, that makes sense for sure.
Special finisher is also something that can be used proactively to make special ammo when, I don't know, the Sino Warlock needs trace rifle ammo. You don't only use special finisher to order your armor charge.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
it's
just to add that.
So I guess the reason why you guys have this kind of like playstyle is just because nothing is ever a DPS check in day one. Is that basically the reason? I guess.
Yeah.
Pretty much. The last time we had. I mean, like I guess caretaker was the last time we had a DPS check.
It was
Right.
an ammo check. Like the DPS was free.
Yeah,
People were just running
exactly.
out of ammo.
Yeah. A lot of like at least back then, the DPS checks were ammo checks, but now we have so many ways of making through finders, scouts, through Xenotaph, through Aeon, special finishers. It's very hard for a boss to completely wall you because damage.
Right.
Yeah, like
I mean,
final stands can be DPS checks, but
Yeah.
yeah.
they make final stands so that you can clear it with any class comp, usually. And if they make it so you can clear it on any class comp, and you're adding to the equation a Night Hawk that just chunks a quarter of its health, it's not gonna be that deep if you save your supers, right? Usually. There could be though final stands that have like mechanics to them. Like they did say that they want to make this raid harder and like more complex. Now whether they do that or not, I don't know. But in the past we had some raids in the game that actually had some like crazy shit on final stands. There was like a raid where the final boss would throw like 6 balls in the air.
Velikoyu.
Yeah, and like each person could throw only one ball, otherwise the balls wouldn't be buffed, and if you didn't hit at least like 5, you wouldn't kill. So like sometimes final stand can be like crazy, right? It's lately they haven't really been. Rulk is the only one that was like kind of sketch, and people were swapping to like 4 thunder crashes for it. Since back then it was very good, but
Yeah, I watched a video
Yeah.
of that fight of my stream. Although the game looked so different back
yeah,
then.
that fight was so good.
Like, I think the primary ammo, like you didn't have infinite primary ammo.
Yeah,
The trees looked. Well, like,
Didn't have infinite primary ammo. Depending on
Yeah.
depending on when the video was made that you watched, it might have been double primary still.
yes, it was double primary. Yeah, it was
Ugh.
esoteric video.
Dark
Yeah,
days.
yes.
you could buff and debuff stack. It was cray.
Oh my god. Maybe there were brighter days.
I just got broccolied. Jesus Christ.
Game open for 7 hours moment.
Yeah. Oh yeah, on day one, if you have a GPU that's 30 or 40k serious, after 8 hours your game will close, GG.
Yeah,
It's very likely, like...
I've had this a lot, yeah, because I have a 4070 and
yeah, I've crashed a lot.
ATP, thanks for the raid. Hope your
It's
stream was
been a
good.
pretty. I guess it's been the most annoying thing that's happened when I've played Destiny.
It's only
It's
been there
just
for
all
2 years. They're gonna fix it surely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard it's just a console port thing problem.
I don't know. Like it wasn't here. They added this bug when Witch Queen released, and just never fixed it.
Well, it wasn't here until Bungie started actually being the PC devs. But even then, it wasn't here for like a year or two. Sure, they started being PC devs. Is the original company who ported D2 to PC. They actually had it like really well optimized and everything.
Well, actually,
Yeah, Operstream was good
that's
at
actually
TP.
brought me
Welcome,
on to
guys.
a question I actually wanted to ask you, which is to do with FPS. Do you guys cap your FPS during during day one, or do you not care at all?
I
I
think
personally don't change mine.
Okay.
your PC is also not crazy though, or is it? Or I don't know how many you get.
And I can maintain 144.
I see.
If there's a lot of shit going on, then I probably drop to 100. But
Um, I know. I think Quads and Wild cap to 60, which I puke if I play at 60, but I'm pretty sure they do. I don't know if they can confirm or deny. I cap at
know
144.
Quaz.
Okay.
I know Quaz 100% caps at 60. Vile does though.
Okay, Wild say they stopped doing it. It's like I cap at 144 mainly to just not crash. After 7 hours, but instead I crash after like 12, you know? So it gives me more leeway.
Yeah, I was like uncapped for a while playing this game, but yeah,
Okay,
I
Quad
noticed
said
had a few problems and stuff.
Quad said is capping to 100 or 80. Anyways, it's like the capping, I feel like the main reason is some attacks are still FPS based and you can take more damage.
Yeah, I had a big thing with chat yesterday about that.
Or if you get booped into a
Do
wall like
certain ones.
physics, speed, that's a lot. Like that's tied a lot to like FPS. People that sparrow fly, for example, they play on like 30 FPS or like close to that because you literally have less gravity the lower FPS you have, so it's easier to fly.
No, what?
Yeah. Like you
Okay.
fall faster the higher the FPS. It's goofy, but it's not a huge difference, like, by any means. But it's something to point out. I have started to like understand how much damage that I'm supposed to take in this game, so I can quickly recognize if something is like damage glitching me. And if I recognize it, I'm like, sure, I'll just cap to 60 real quick, right? I don't think
Okay.
we've had in a day one anything that did lately. Maybe Nazarek actually like used to or still does with the cleave tormentor attack, but
Those spoilers.
not
Those
sure.
spoilers.
Oh, true.
He
Sorry.
hasn't root yet either. Yeah.
It's okay. I understood he was a tormentor. I got spoiled by the what do you call it? The Bungie picture when I logged
Oh,
in the
good.
other day. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, no, that's interesting. There's there was like a lot of people saying that they like cap their frames to 60 or whatever for day one.
Mm-hmm.
But if you guys don't, then yeah, I guess you don't really care, right? Or you don't
I
see
don't know
it
if I
as
have a good reason for not doing it. I just don't do it.
yeah, based.
I figure if I'm in a position where something that is going to kill me because of frame rate, then maybe I just shouldn't have been there, or maybe it would have killed me.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. I like that.
That and I can't play stand. Like I used to play on a dogshit PC at 60 FPS, and ever since going away from that, I cannot play on 60 FPS anymore. It is horrid.
Yeah. No, 60 frames is not fun.
Same as Salt. I want to vomit whenever I have to. So.
Yeah. No, it just doesn't feel good at all, for sure. Definitely feels pretty bad. No, I mean, yeah, aside from technical Is there any other like technical things in this game, like from a technical, like either graphical point of view or anything like that, or is there not really anything?
Eververse has the
Something that's weird in this game, I suppose, is that the numbers you see, the damage numbers, both the ones you see on your screen and the ones in the recap, aren't synced with the health bar, and they actually like don't mean anything, so to say. Like, they give you a generic idea, but I don't want to go in depth into it and how it works, but the numbers can lie. Like you can hit an headshot.
Simple.
You can hit an headshot and it shows a white number like you body shot, and the target dies with the headshot animation. Like, that can happen. So like, how much damage the health bar takes is in sync with your numbers, and that affects certain things. Like, it doesn't Izanagi do like 25% more damage than what the number shows on the health bar? Because people have measured the health bar with like pixels and stuff, right? So there are some weird stuff going on with the game. It's not hugely though like impactful at the moment, since they fixed that like wolf pack rounds bug I told you. That was like the main offender, I guess. Anyways, go ahead, Moople.
I can't speak to what you're talking about, where like, oh, you know, X thing actually does 25% more damage, but the way health bars are in this game is often after you, like, if you do your first
Ken,
phase
thanks
of
for the
damage and it
37
looks
months.
like you did shitty
Repo.
damage, then you go into your second phase and you like absolutely fry the boss, but it doesn't really feel like you did anything different. Like, if everybody's like, oh wow, my rotation was dog shit, it definitely, like, there is a case where health bars in this game just feel very like front-loaded. How do I, like, I don't know. It's a very weird concept to explain, but you'll hit, if you hit the same amount of damage in the first phase, it won't look like the same amount of damage that you did second phase, even if you did the exact same thing.
It's like, imagine if the health bar in the first visual 50% of the health bar, there is like 60% of his health.
Yeah.
I think it's, I don't know if it's like a placebo thing to like make people think they cracked out on a final stand and hype them up, when in reality, like, it's not visually like disclosing how much health actually was left. But yeah, many health bars do feel like that.
Basically, TLDR, if you do a first phase of damage and it looks like shit, and then you do a second phase of damage and the exact same thing, and it looks like you went crazy, it's not you, just the game, how it's made.
That's so weird. What the fuck?
It is extremely weird. There is some degree of like the numbers that you see don't exactly translate, but not anything that you know, you can't do anything about it. So
Yeah, I
whether
mean,
whether you have the knowledge of it or not, it doesn't really matter.
like on Netrax, it's very obvious, right? Like, you debuff, you see the yellow number going up, you're not doing more damage, right? I guess that's like the biggest
Well,
example I
debuffs
can
work on
give you.
Atrax now.
No, they
than
actually don't.
previously, though.
Only undermining, I think.
What?
Only like the void grenade fragment. That's literally like the only one that works, I think.
I don't know. Atrax is still a good example because you can put surges on, and surges don't work on Atrax.
Yeah,
So I believe the number goes up.
I think so. Yeah. That's like the most fucked up encounter in the game for that, though. Yeah, I'm 99% sure it's only void weekends that works on Atrax. I don't ask me why, but yeah.
I haven't done that raid in years. No idea.
Yeah, it's only the void grenade, I think, that works. Or that applies weaken. Like, I think solar, I think visually, I think solar weaken, like from the trait, it looks like it
Yeah,
works,
okay.
but it doesn't actually work or something like that. And I think it's the same with like tractor as well.
That boss is just cooked.
Yeah.
Guardians are always
I mean, the fact that like there's some like syncing with all of the different bosses, they're like HP with a guy outside the encounter. I don't know, bro. So,
It's so
the guy
cooked.
that made that boss must have just been on shrooms, dude. I don't know. Like, he's just.
Did you ever see the grass pits?
No, I didn't see that. I didn't see the.
It was
Oh, wait,
crazy.
wait, you mean the people like oobing out and killing him? Or...
Like, do you know the encounter where you have to like throw the 4 servitors in the middle?
Oh, you mean grasp? You mean the
Yeah,
dungeon.
grasp the
Oh,
dungeon.
okay.
Like the speed strat
yeah.
for that was you ubu with the sword, swap to salvation grip, and shoot a fucking crystal to a box outside the map. The crystal explosion kills the vandal inside and ends the encounter. Like,
Oh no way.
yeah.
What?
It's neat, but it's cooked, man.
Yeah, it was a very tiny
It,
box,
like-
right? And it was very easy to kill the guy with like a solar nade, so they made a bigger box, and then you just had to center like the crystal better and to still kill.
It's not even like, you know, jank like that isn't something that you really have to care about either, but like in the context of
Linked
Deep
us, thanks for the
Day
3
one,
months.
right?
Enjoy your
Everybody,
badge.
like, maybe not
Free
everybody,
po.
but I know like a couple of our friends in our clan were using tractor cannon on Atrax. It's like they're just wasting a 6 person's DPS because they think a debuff works on Atrax when it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I guess though, this adds to the thing Moople mentioned earlier, which is like he mentioned like, oh, we used Lamenton Crowd, it cooked, and like we kept using it and we killed with it. Like that's like super important. Like if something is working, don't even question it, right? If it's working, just
Yeah.
use it, because there might be some like jank going on in the back line that might make it better for whatever reason. I don't know.
Crota just takes more damage from swords because they decided he was going to take more damage from swords.
It's like 35% more. Like it's crazy. Like,
God damn it, we're spoiling again, man. I
Ah,
keep
it's
forgetting.
okay.
It's so good. He just needs to not suggest to use word twist him and then spoiler solve. It's kind of hard to like not mention anything to have those combos, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Need something new? Eververse has it.
Raven, for example, takes I think 55% less from snipers and 45% less from shotguns for no reason. Just because when Raven came out, shotguns and snipers were meta, and they still haven't changed that back.
Oh, what?
So if you use easy on
Wait,
Raven, like you're doing no damage. Like that's
Wait, that,
yeah.
yeah, I know about the DR, but like, did she? What the reason was? Because it was meta at the time. They just wanted to make her harder.
Like Whisper was hard meta, so were like shotguns, and then I think she also has DR to Sleeper, specifically just Sleeper because it was also very good. Very weird. They just didn't want people to like destroy the boss and not do the mechanic, I guess, on day one. There aren't many boss that like do that though. Like I know Riven has those weird DRs, I know Crota has this weird extra damage to sword that I said, but usually they don't have that. Aetheon takes like double damage from grenades or more. Oh, something to mention is crit based bosses. Do you know, like, if you're using a div on like Shurochi or Kalni in Last Wish, you're losing like 70% damage? Like,
What? You're losing?
yeah,
70%
because-
damage.
so usually, how to explain it? Usually when you shoot a boss, the crit multiplier is like, I want to say it's like 1.3. Yeah. But crit-based bosses take like double damage to the crit instead of like the 1.3. And div defaults your crit to 1.3 or whatever it is, no matter the boss. But certain bosses have the 2x crit multiplier. So if you're using div, you're overriding the crit multiplier of the boss and losing damage.
Okay.
I'm not sure about the numbers I mentioned. I might be spreading misinfo, but I'm certain it lowers your damage. Like, it has to do with the
Yeah,
crit
your damage
multiplier.
is lower.
Yeah.
Regardless of whatever the numbers are.
Okay.
And like the crit based bosses are like every Techion, so like yeah, Kali, Shurchi, or Sedia in the Corrupted Strike. There are other crit based bosses which I can't think of right now. What else is crit based, Moople? Do you remember?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Oh, Kayatol. Have you done Duality? Kayatol
No.
is weird. Okay.
No, I haven't done duality.
Well, it is very good. I think you should do it.
Yeah, I don't-
So yeah, I mean, that's hard for you to like guess on the fly. I don't even know if they're gonna ever do crit-based bosses again, but yeah. If you're using div on a boss and your damage is atrocious, well, maybe you shouldn't use div, you know.
Okay.
On the other hand, I think Atrax has like a very low crit multiplier, for example, right? Like if you Goldie Atrax compared to Thunder Crushing Air, Thunder Crush does way more, but the Goldie on any boss that has a crit inflicts way more than a Thunder Crush, right? But on Atrax, even if you crit, you do less. So you never know the crit multiplier of a boss. It's usually just the default to the same as div, but it might not be the same as div.
Okay. So how do you?
Yeah, but doesn't Goldie suck on
Let's
Atrax
say you
chat?
come across a new boss.
Sorry?
Let's say you come across a new boss, like it's day one. How do you? What do you guys go in? Would you guys like just try stuff like? Or would you just go in with div? See if it's like a a decent div boss, or could you just tell straight away from like looking at the boss?
I guess the model can like int you, right? If it's like a very tiny wizard with a very tiny head, it might be crit based, but oh, I think Golgoroth is crit based. Surely if you use div on Golgoroth, you lose damage, right? Like I'm 99% sure.
I have no clue.
Chat, can you confirm?
Either way, I mean, like, most of the time, you know, if we're going into a boss on day one, we can't, like, you can't really look at a boss, determine, oh, this guy has, he takes extra damage, crits, or whatever.
Yeah.
We'd just have to run it.
Just gonna take a break.
I have a generic idea of what's the ratio between an easy shot and a rocket. If that makes sense. Like, if you shoot like an easy shot and a rocket and you see that the easy shot is doing like more than the rocket, the boss, like probably something is going on, right? Because the rocket should hit harder, right? So like you can tell visually, you can tell by feeling. That unfortunately that's something that I feel like comes with experience, and there isn't really a generic rule that I can give you. And even a very experienced team could miss something like that because it is goofy. They probably aren't thinking of it on the fly. It definitely comes down to if you use a loadout and it just sucks, and then you change loadout and it works, just use whatever works. People can make their spreadsheets after the raid, you know?
Yeah.
Also, there are certain weapons in the game that are forgiving even when you body shot. If there is a boss that starts to crit, you're probably using div. But if for any reason you aren't using div, example, imagine a Rulk was crit based. Like imagine in Rulk you did way more damage with crits, right?
Yeah.
So you weren't using div. It's probably safer to use Leaper than to use a regular linear, because a regular linear does a fifth of the damage if you body shot. Sleeper probably still does more than half if you body shot compared to a crit. So always like consider how likely is it that I'm gonna body shot? Should I use a weapon that punishes me more or less for it? Like stuff like that. Like snipers and linears, usually precision weapons, punish you a lot for body shotting. Like Whisper does no damage if you body shot. Sleeper still chunks. It's like kind of made to body shot. You should create, obviously, but yeah. For like add clear, Sleeper can body shot.
Okay. That's interesting for sure. I hadn't thought of it like that.
Funny enough, when we do damage testing, like if we do them on Kali on Last Wish, because it's just easy to go there, we just div the boss. Because if we didn't div the boss, every precision weapon would come out to be like way better than explosive one, simply because she has an higher crit multiplier. So we just div the boss, so we standardize the crit multiplier and we can test stuff. Yeah. And you also don't miss, which is nice.
And how often do you guys like test like DPS stuff? Is it quite often or
No.
Usually only like few days before the next race.
Yeah.
Okay.
A few days before the next race, we just go there and like see what feels good. We can run some numbers, but we don't do the very in-depth like spreadsheets, like crazy DPS tests with like timers. Like we kind of
Yeah.
like we do like a pull of the boss, shoot, and we're like, okay, what did it do? Like 2.8. Okay, cool. Do it again. What did it do? 2.7. Okay, like write that up. Like, you know, and
You basically just fuck around with whatever whatever we thought of that sounds either kind of cooked or like how it compares to what you were probably already gonna do, how comfortable it is. Yeah, just go from there.
Okay.
also because this just gives you like a realistic damage, right? Like you're probably gonna mess up a swap, and that's fine because in a day one you're probably gonna mess up a swap too. You might die. You might I don't know. You might have to do a mechanic while you are doing the raid. Like, not every damage phase is like stand there and shoot the boss, right? If you're doing War Priest and you have to go get a knight to refresh the bread, obviously you aren't gonna eat optimal DPS, right? So
Yeah.
Good example is King's Fall. We opted we were going to put me on a damage perk that wasn't bait and switch because it made more sense for how the damage phases were, and it was a lower damage perk, but yeah. There was a few times in like the initial run of King's Fall where I just straight up didn't like proc bait and switch, so I just stopped using it.
Oh really?
Yeah, it was a linear meta at the time, so I just opted for another linear that had Focus Fury because it would be at a proc. But yeah.
I should mention like the chest damage resist because they're pretty important. Which ones to use?
Okay.
They have diminishing returns, so one of them is 15%, two of the same kind is 25%. I don't even know if three of them works, but there is no single scenario in the game where you use three of the same kind. Anyways, you pretty much always have a concussive dampener, like at least one. Very rare that there isn't some AoE BS in an encounter. So like, you should keep one on. Melee and sniper are pretty bad. Especially sniper is awful because they are distance based. It's not like a sniper shot me, I get the DR, or I got meleeed, I get the DR. It's a certain amount of meters. Like you have to be X amount of meters away from any target to get this DR, and that's very unrealistic. Or you have to be like X amount of meters close to get this DR, and I guess this is more realistic, but that really only works against like, I don't know, Rulk or a Tormentor slamming you. Like otherwise, usually if something is shooting at you, it's probably not proccing melee resist.
Okay.
Overall, melee is more useful than
Then sniper.
the sniper, but it's like I usually rather run double concussive and take the 25 compared to trying to stack 15 and 15, which obviously multiplies, but there is a good chance I'm not proccing this one, so at that point it's like eh. Also, concussive works even from any ranged attack that splash, so you get 10 extra value. So yeah, often it's like you run elemental ones, depending on what's the most relevant element in the encounter, or whatever like works the most. Like if it's Hive or Fallen, there is often a lot of like arc. Like if there is ogres that are beaming you, or shakers, I don't know, Void can be very good, right?
Yeah.
Either spamming solar acolyte grenades are you, or there are the knights with the shotgun. You can use solar. I think Cabals can have like arc shotguns, right? Fallen can have the solar shotgun. Like if something is frying you and you think you need more DR, you like run it. That's something you really change like encounter per encounter. And you need to remember to change it on all the loadouts you're gonna use, so like both in the in your actual loadout and in the damage one with surges. You also can have different resist though between a mechanics loadout and a DPS one, right? Like, example, if you're doing Rulk, you can run the mechanics, since there is a Tormentor in Pantheon Rulk, right? You can run on
Yeah.
Void, Concussive, and I don't know. The Wizards shoot Solar, you can run a Solar Arc because the Scions are Arc, I think. But then when you go to boss, the best split is Solar, Concussive, Melee, because all three work against its kick, and so they multiply together. Right, so it's fine to have a different DR on the DPS loadout and the running one if you know you're in a different scenario.
Yeah.
It's pretty important though, because like it's a lot of damage resist. You notice it a lot when you're running our reserves, as I mentioned, you get fried.
Yeah, you do. You get owned, yeah.
Hmm.
But, it's great fun though. No, okay. Yeah, that's actually kind of smart. Actually, I didn't think about it like that. Putting different resists based off your trash or boss loadout.
Oh, for Titan, whether you're running Banner or Bonka, your arms need to look like this. Every time. Because if you have 3 of those, the cooldown of making orbs is 1 second. So every melee kill you get, you always make an orb, which always heals you because recuperation. So there is never a reason to not use those 3 mods in your loadout. At least the one where you do mechanics on.
You think triple is still better than double? Like, cause
A double is 5 seconds. Like if I'm getting 2 melee kills back to back, it's just not making an orb. Well, 1 second. Like it goes 10, 5, and then 1. I 100% think you should have the 1 second cooldown. You don't want to get a melee kill and not make an orb.
Yeah.
Like impact induction is good because you get the grenade energy when you get the melee kill. But I feel like healing nades have such a short cooldowns by themselves that you don't need it. And on your boots, you can run, if you really want, a grenade energy on orb pickups. You can even have 1 copy of Bomber and use your class ability on cooldown. Like, yeah. I personally don't think you should ever not play like this.
Really? Okay.
Like, on Strand, it's mandatory because
Yeah.
you need to get Woven Mail.
The Weather Mail, yeah.
Yeah. On Solar, there is more of a reason to, I guess, do this. But I feel like if the cooldown has to be 5 seconds, it might as well be 10. And you can almost do this. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
Shipwreck Charge is not a bad mod. If there is an encounter where there are plenty of combatants with like shields, every time you break a shield with the matching element you get armor charge. It's not like the worst, but it depends if you're actually using that armor charge, which often you aren't. I don't know what else.
A lot of what armor charge ends up being is you'll, like on whatever your trash loadout is up to the boss, you'll just throw on like special finisher or something, and so that way you grab armor charges. That's what I do for all of my loadouts. For even just playing the game, I have special finisher on everything, and I just make sure that I can either get my orbs back if I accidentally use it, or don't use it.
Yeah.
You should also never use kickstart mods and never use those like mods that use armor charge to give you stats. They're just awful, I think. Like,
good. They have very, very little value.
Like especially in the day 1, like in some weird low man, there might be some weird thing you have to do, right? But
yeah, maybe them there, but even there, I feel like a lot of the crafting that people do, like they don't even consider them because they're just so bleh.
also, stats are something you shouldn't like overthink on your armor. Like some people go crazy to get the quadruple like 100. Like never put on a fragment that does nothing to get plus 10 on a stat. That's always troll, no matter what.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
because the effect of the fragments is so much better. Generically, you always want to run 100 resilience. Like, it's fine if to do a certain thing you go to like 90, but ideally you just run 100. Intellect is by far the worst stat, so don't put points into it. It doesn't do anything at all.
It's worth getting at least 3 intellect, because everything below 3 intellect is like terrible, but the returns after 3 intellect, or 30, sorry, are extremely diminished.
And mobility doesn't do anything. Like jump 8 and like strafe speed, but unless you're a hunter, you don't care. It actually can throw you off, if anything. Local. And on Titan, it's very easy. Like max resilience, max discipline, and if you're on Strand, try to also max strength, right?
Yeah.
In any meta build, you probably don't care about recovery, because if it's a meta build, you have restoration or you have something else to like keep you up. So yeah, Hunter usually is the hardest time. Like obviously on Warlock, you want to max resilience and recovery, I think, because recovery gives you a class ability regen, which is nice, right? And if you're using some bracers, you don't care about discipline. But some strength can be nice. If you're using like Starfire, you want max discipline, I think, right? Because you need to recharge your nade. So Titan is the one that has the easiest like time with stats, because you only need resilience on the top 3. Warlock could use some recovery, but you don't need to max it. Hunter can use mobility, depending on what you are what you're using. Like on Solar, you don't really need mobility, because as long as you run the fragment that gives you class ability energy on Scorch, it's like so good that you can have your class ability most of the time anyways by just scorching things. While when you're playing Void, it's like harder, because on Void your like dodge is actually good. So Hunter definitely has the hardest time, right? Because mobility helps the class ability, resilience is mandatory, and recovery isn't a bad stat. Like health regen passively isn't like the worst thing in the game, right? So yeah, you kind of have to like decide. Usually, sorry, what?
I was just gonna say that I think Hunter probably has like the worst time balancing stats.
Yeah.
Mm.
Usually you just like run lots, like max resilience. You don't care about strength or intellect, because you have infinite knives if you don't miss. And then I tend to run, I think, max resilience, max discipline, and then as much mobility as I want, as I can, with singing. And yeah, the discipline is for the healing nades. Like the more uptime you have when healing nades, the more you aren't gonna die. So
Oh, that makes sense. And your guys' view of like what do you call it? Nades in general is just anything that isn't a healing nade is troll, unless you're basically a warlock.
I think
guess.
so.
Yeah.
Much.
It's like, how much damage does it's because warlocks have an aspect that makes their nade better, right? I think that's partial due to that. If you're throwing a fusion nade or an hunter or titan, like what's that really doing? Like a quarter of a GL shot worth of damage, and you give up your main survivability. It's like,
Yeah.
it really doesn't do anything. Also, it's partial due to the fact that warlocks don't have a melee that they can spam. Hunters can spam knives on Assassin's Cowl, go invis heal, and titans have bonk, which self-explanatory. So they don't need the grenade to like kill a major most of the time. While the warlock kind of like does, I feel like.
Yeah.
Not like the snap melee is bad, but it's not like a bonk.
Yeah.
It's just so much more comfortable to play. Nade, IMO.
guess that makes sense. Okay, though, my brain is now frazzled, I think.
That's fair.
Since I think we've been in this call for like 4 hours, maybe 3 and a bit.
God damn.
It's been a bit, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a bit. Holy shit. It's been a while, yeah. But no, I just want to thank you guys for like all the information. It's actually been really nice, actually.
Of course.
No worries.
Just yeah, kind of like learning everything, I guess.
I'm sure it was a quite the info dump after going through every single exotic and then yapping about a bunch of other topics.
Yeah.
It was, yeah, but I think I
At the
kind
very
of like
least, probably took away. I said at the very least, probably took away at least how a better way, or maybe not a better way. I don't want to say a better way, but a way of looking at the game, a way of looking at what's available.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try and convey this in the best way possible to everyone else in the Echo group.
It was fun. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the game.
Yeah, we are a lot actually. It's been a big blast actually so far.
I might
Oh,
upload this thing like uncut on my YouTube. It's like 4 hours video just there. If someone wants to watch it, probably no one will, but
yeah, go for it. I mean, yeah, I mean, I wish that we played more. I guess us as the Echo group, because a lot of people are like doing other stuff. But yeah, I mean, I've been like mad addicted to this game, spamming it all the time. But yeah,
Everybody,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I
what
don't
you
play
gonna say?
WoW. It's completely like unknowledgeable question. Is everybody else prepping WoW? Or?
Not entirely at the moment. Like the WoW
Gotcha,
prep
okay.
doesn't really start for another month, but it's more because of people are playing like the new Mop remix, which is like a new version of WoW that just came out.
I see.
And then there's also the Cataclysm Classic as well, which
Gotcha.
is another version of WoW.
Dudes are playing 3 versions of WoW at once.
Yeah, well, some people are actually playing 4 because there's like another version as well. I don't know, dude, it's mental, really. But yeah, so people have been like playing that, I guess, and that's taken their like attention a bit off doing some of the Destiny stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, I've just been playing this game every day for a while now. But yeah, I definitely will take away a lot of this to them, because yeah, I mean, we obviously started doing like -20 Pantheon recently,
Mm-hmm.
and I think a lot of them didn't realize how difficult -20 Pantheon would be for people that haven't been playing the game like a lot, and also some people's loadouts definitely sucked, and still do suck. So yeah, it's been like a bit of a, I guess, scramble to get them on like the kind of like right path. But yeah, hopefully I can like help us get there, and you know, we have like a nice, you know, day one clear. It's like the aim, I guess.
Yeah, I think that'll be super fun.
Yeah,
It
it will
is
be.
the big gap, so to speak, of the game. It's like if you're not on things that are I say meta, because I don't think everything that is good is meta. But just, you know, as a general rule of thumb, if something isn't like super good, playing something without like the knowledge of what it does or why it's good or what it's good for, then the game is like a total slog to play.
Mm.
The difference between knowing and not knowing is just gigantic.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely. No, it's definitely gonna be. I don't know. I know chat loves the Echo versus Pantheon stuff because they like to. There's been like a lot of memes and stuff of it, but I don't know. I just hope that we can do much better, I guess. But
I had a
think-
lot of fun watching you guys do King's Fall.
yeah, did you like
Yeah.
that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was watching from Scribe's POV, and man, when he pulled out the tractor
Oh,
cannon and
Tractor,
went
yeah.
ranged, it was fucking hilarious.
The range tractor. Nah, the best was when he was hip firing with Whisper. That was the best.
Oh my god, it was so much fun to watch, man.
And then like Mitch, who's does like the tech stuff for Echo, he randomly comes into the call and he's just like, "Yo guys, ADSing is pretty good in this game."
Oh man,
I
it
definitely
was
think.
super funny.
Oh, go ahead, it's fine.
It was super funny to see you guys go from Wish, where like everything is pretty power crept there, so it didn't matter too much what you did, to Fall, where yeah, you actually, you know, you can't hip fire Whisper.
Yeah.
That like Morget clear was insane. Like fighting Sunshot, like.
Oh my god.
I was gonna say that since you said you're struggling on damage on Pantheon, when you like replay with them, just emphasize on them having like a clone loadout with surges and getting used to swapping to that, because that's just, it's boring, but you have to do that. And you need to
Yeah.
get that ingrained in your mind for a day one to like hit the damage checks. Yeah.
No, definitely. Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of people don't have that good options as well with certain loadouts and weapons. But yeah, I'm trying to like kind of like fix that, I guess. But yeah, I think it will get there as long as people just keep playing the game and keep farming for, you know. Basically, we've had like a lot of like really good helpers who've basically helped us out by giving us a list of like, you know, certain weapons that we should farm or what
Right.
have you. Well, legendary weapons for different loadouts and stuff. But yeah, so yeah, as long as they farm everything, I think it'll be fine.
I have like perfectly fine chance at clearing the raid.
Yeah.
Zeroed out.
I don't think you guys are gonna struggle at understanding what you need to do, so it's literally just about executing it, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the fact that you figured out Volt, like with that, like it's hard. Like it's not easy to do, right?
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
How many
Like,
teams?
I saw what
Yeah.
you guys did for Vault, and I did not wrap my head around it at all.
I understood
Yeah.
it, but it's like so convoluted. It's like, I mean, it works, sure.
Yeah,
It's just...
yeah. No, there's been a lot of overcooking for sure. That's the. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've had like a saying now, which is just, it's Mickey Mouse, guys. It's not, you know, 'cause we often, I don't know, we often overcook stuff really hard, or we think something is like way more complicated than it actually is.
Mhm.
It's always something that's far more simple. But yeah, we definitely struggle with that.
Whenever you
For
need
sure.
me again, Guardian.
Eververse isn't just a title.
Wait, what thing you guys do in the day one where you watch each other VODs? In a race, in Destiny, due to how short the raids are, I think that's sketchy. Like, I think you're losing
Mm.
too much time rewatching each other VODs. But if you're just going for the clear, it's probably makes sense to. And ultimately it depends on how complex the encounter is. Because if you actually are in an encounter that's very complex, then you do gain value from it maybe. But if the encounter is not that deep, you might gain more value from just running it back, and you might just notice what you were missing, I guess.
Yeah, that's been something that people have told us, where it's like in Destiny, it's just go, 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 and you talk on the web screen.
Yeah, pretty
Um,
much.
and yeah, that's not something we kind of do in WoW. So yeah, I definitely think that there's way too much yapping, and there needs to be more just like pulling type of thing for sure.
You always
I
gotta pay
definitely agree.
attention to what it says on the wipe screen, because those are usually things that like somewhat matter.
Yeah.
There might be like irrelevant names of enemies that have nothing to do with mechanics, but still, if you haven't seen those enemies, you're probably missing a part of the encounter. And also you want to look for like any immune object in the arena, right? If something you're shooting and it says immune, you probably have to shoot it eventually to get a damage number, right?
Yeah.
So like stuff like that.
That's a interesting point, actually. Didn't think of that.
Hi.
POV watching is so sick though, man. I wish we had shit like that. Or like it was
Yeah.
more relevant to do shit like that here.
Yeah, we have like a bunch of kind of like echo software, I guess, to help us with like watching each other's POVs and stuff. That we use for like WoW, which has been like really nice. So yeah, we've been using that a bit. But yeah, as you said, it's not really you know,
Super
this
applicable.
this game seems more about being, you know, just like fast, efficient, and just go, go, go.
Yeah,
Figure
when
stuff
A lot
out
of the
on the
time,
fly type of thing. Yeah.
a lot of the time, if there's something like noticeable from somebody's POV, it's a lot faster for them to just talk it out and explain what it is,
Yeah.
if they even need to.
I can't think of a time where people got stuck in an encounter because they didn't know what to do aside from Vault. Like, usually it's pretty straightforward. I think WoW first was a bit obscure, but not too
Yeah,
bad.
first
And
was convoluted.
you
but I don't
haven't
think
done WoW,
they were-
right? Not the actual raid, have you?
No.
Okay, yeah, I'm not
I
gonna
haven't,
say it
no.
then.
You guys will like that one.
Yeah, I mean, after they did Caretaker though, so after doing Caretaker, they know what to do, I guess. But yeah,
They wouldn't have done third then. Third is fun too.
yeah.
No, I haven't done third. No. Third and
Third isn't
I
hard
guess
to understand though.
first.
I don't know. Recent raids like have been fairly simple to understand what was going on. Planets like we got kind of stuck on planets. We didn't know what the fuck we were doing. Like, it was weird, but
Yeah, but somebody told
definitely
us what
didn't
to
take
do right
long.
away, so
Yeah.
just, you know, we heard what to do and we decided that we didn't want to do that. Executive decision that we're gonna toss that raid. All good.
Yeah, planets is a bit of a weird one, I guess, because it's. I mean, I haven't done the rest of Ron, but people have said it's like a big outlier in that raid.
Completely, yeah. Like
Yeah,
the rest of Rod is like the
uh,
same mechanic, copy pasted on free encounters. Like, yeah.
Nothing like the other encounters in that raid.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a bit strange. But yeah, I definitely think a issue that will come up, I think, which already started to creep in, was I guess
people overcooking damage, maybe perhaps too hard.
An interesting little
Even
old fun.
myself, maybe like
No
overthinking it
encryption at all.
in terms
I'll
of
have to
like
investigate later.
doing as much damage as possible. You know, I mean, obviously it's nice to min max, but
Yeah.
as you guys said, it's probably better just to keep it simple.
Like,
I would say that so long as you're not on Hunter, you're really not doing anything complex.
Yeah.
Hunter is a lot more damage centric and like how optimal they can be.
Right.
if you have everyone running Sleeper with Catalyst, I don't think there is a boss that you can't kill in a day one. Like, it might not be the optimal thing, but it's like, it's gonna kill if you have Surges and keep the damage buff up, you know?
Yeah.
For the most part. Again, I can't predict if there is an Atrax or some other weird shit. But
Yeah, Ajax is a weird one. For sure. It's a very strange boss. People were hard stuck on that boss, right? When I first during day one.
I mean, the whole day one, it's like Atrax talks more than the other free encounters for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before I joined their team, but I think I spent like 6 hours on it with people that I was playing with at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But we were all pretty new to racing at the time, so a fantastic example for good teams. I think Ajax should have been probably like, you know, you're out of there within an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like every team took a while on Atrax. How long did it take? 2 hours only, I think?
I want to say you guys in Luminous only took like an hour and a half, 2 hours now.
I want to say it's more, but maybe I'm wrong. I want to check,
I'd be
actually.
surprised if it's 3.
I mean, the raid was like 5 and something, and we really, we second tried Descent, so I don't know.
It might be cooked then.
I want to see. It might not be 3, but I think it's more than 2.
It's still crazy to me that you guys are that efficient with time, though.
Atrax, yeah, 2 hours and 20 minutes. 2 hours and, yeah, 2 hours and 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, with
bit
me,
longer than I
like,
thought
throwing
it
a
would.
final stand, like, 30 minutes before, because I see Atrax glowing yellow, and I think it's a teammate on a Well of Radiance, so I just turn around, and, yeah, GG.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you just have to be time efficient if you care about placing.
Yeah.
Can't waste too much time doing other random shit. I mean, like, we won the Crota race by, like, literally 1 minute and 4 seconds.
Yeah,
And at
that's
some point,
crazy.
we took a bathroom break at, like, the second encounter. So,
Oh
great.
On transitions, you know, raid, it doesn't matter as much if you're not racing, but usually run Eager Edge. Titans put on Lion Ramp and Catapult Jump, and they can infinite fly. It's very easy. Just swing, jump, swing, jump.
Yeah.
Warlocks and Hunters can well and Shutter Skate. I mean, you can probably teach them, it's not that deep, but... I guess you don't need to in a day one, though. Like, if you're just going for a clear, you can just
Yeah,
walk
if
the
you're
jumping
just there
puzzle.
for the experience, then
Yeah.
I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah, I've done wild skating. Ground skating.
Sorry,
I
chat.
can't do that.
I'm not checking chat too
Don't
much.
worry, I can't either.
Don't worry, I can't either. Like, it's
Yeah.
all good. Yeah, I was checking the VOD night.
I tried for like two or 3 hours. Didn't even do it once. I was like, yeah, okay.
I managed to do it on water, and that was good enough for me.
Is it easier on water?
It is significantly easier on water.
Oh, really?
Actually,
Funny.
I think I'm thinking of something else, not ground skating. Maybe I am though. I don't know. There was a old thing. Maybe the same thing that was significantly easier to do on water.
Okay.
And in your guys' opinion, if someone wanted to get better at this game, what is the best content for that? Like, do you guys think that solo content is like the best way to get better?
You've been doing solo
Or-
dungeons, which I think are good. You don't.
I think solo dungeons are like the direction of getting better.
Mm-hmm.
You don't necessarily have to worry about flawless stuff. Like, most of the time, that doesn't really matter. Obviously, if you struggle to do something flawless, there is probably an underlying issue, but you often get scammed in this game or like die to stupid shit. It doesn't mean you're bad, right? It's like clearing content that's like 10 to 15 minutes length. I think it's the best way to like improve. You don't, because ultimately already the encounter is 10 to 15 minutes, right? There is no point in like doing a solo GM. You wipe after 50 minutes on the boss fight and you gotta restart and do 40 minutes of like super easy boring stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's like, I personally prefer through shorter challenges. They're both more fun. If you wipe, you can just run it back, and I do think something hard and very short trains you way better than something that's mid difficulty but takes an hour to clear overall.
Yeah. No, I can agree with that.
Yeah, I think just doing like, it's not like obviously foolproof because day one takes many different skills that are different, but to get mechanically better, just doing most of like the low mans available in the game isn't like a bad thing. Some of them might be some gimmicky, but some of them can be good, right?
I would say like actually wanted to do low mans that like aren't gimmicky. Like Garden of Salvation is doing it, but with 3 people. You don't have to do any funky things. You just do every single mechanic, but you only have 3 people. But the ordeal that comes with that is like, you know, if you do low mans with people that have already done them, and you have it explained to you how you should do it, you don't really get anything out of it.
Mm.
A
I
lot
can
of
agree with
is-
that.
Like if you figure it out with a team or with people who haven't done things before, then that's where it's like you actually get something out of it.
I think you still get something, but you get way more if you do it with people that haven't done it.
Like as long as if you get told by somebody that like something is possible, and then you decide that like you grab 2 people who haven't done it before, and then figure it out on your own, like I think you get a lot more out of that than just getting
For
together
sure.
with 2 people who have already done it before and then letting them tell you how to do it.
I don't know the
And even if
Rito.
they don't tell you how to do it, like
Uh,
you're going to have them do whatever they need to do flawlessly, so there's never a chance of fucking up.
Pantheon is good practice, but things that were in the game 3 years ago were harder, so they were
And even
better
then, I don't
practice,
really
right?
like to tell people that like
I don't know.
low mans are a good way of getting better at the game, but it is a good way of like learning more about the game and how you can approach it.
Yeah, I mean, it's for sure. It's like often the shootings don't correlate because you can have a player that's like crazy good at low mans, and then they're like they can be awful at like figuring out mechanics in a day one. They can be awful at adapting to a new scenario, right? It's like you don't know. Low mans are a specific thing, right? You can try something 100 times and maybe you get crazy good at it. It doesn't mean you're good when you have to clear something in 24 hours, right? Or collaborating with 6 people and keeping things simple, because in low mans often you overcook, right?
You have to.
Yeah. And the thing is though, I think you guys have the figure out mechanics part like locked, I guess, for the most part.
After the vault solution, I don't think they can ever make anything that will stump you guys. So
Yeah, so I think on your case, like doing some low mans, then maybe involve a bunch of loadout swaps. If they're into gimmicky, it might help you train that part that you're maybe missing because you don't transfer like that, FPS skill from like WoW, I suppose, right? I don't know. Compared to
Yeah.
like others' knowledge.
it's definitely different. And WoW, at least correct me if I'm wrong, I don't spend 10 minutes in your inventory in a boss fight.
No, you don't.
Yeah. Not my favorite part of the game. But here we are.
So what would you prefer? Like that you just have locked loadout always in raids, or
I don't know. That is the problem.
I think
Yeah.
locked is overkill, but I think it needs to be punishing enough that you aren't swapping it mid damage. Like I don't care if someone is doing mechanics on rule on cowl, and then before it goes at the top platform they swap to Nighthawk. That's fine. I think it's cringe when during the damage phase you got to open your inventory 6 times to be optimal, right? So
Yeah.
even
like-
something like unloading your weapons, so you have to reload and losing armor charge, and then I don't know, losing 10% ability energy. I feel like would make it annoying enough where it's no more worth to like do it mid damage. Does that make sense? Like I don't know. I think fully locked would be awful, so I'm not sure if I would like that.
Don't think it's healthy that you pop Nighthawk and then retain the benefits of Nighthawk without having Nighthawk on.
yeah, it just seems weird that they
Yeah.
nerfed the what was it, the Pyro Girls swap to Synthesips thing, but then Celestial Nighthawk into Lucky Pants thing is
Would be
still a
would be
thing.
interesting, Vile. It would be
It,
interesting. I agree.
doesn't make a
I don't know
whole
if I
ton
would
of
like it.
sense, but
Yeah.
Who knows, man? I don't know. They are probably just as stumped on how to fix it as anybody you ask for.
Yeah.
The whole point of like the armor mod system, at least IMO, supposed to make trade-offs. That's why the cost system is there. It's like, oh, you can't just put everything on. The loadouts, being able to loadout swap completely invalidates any trade-off system. My boots, I want 3x surges for a damage phase, but I want scavengers to pick up ammo. I can have both of those with 2 clicks.
Mm.
The whole system is kind of just uprooted by the fact that you can do that.
Yeah.
But I also think the game would feel like shit if it couldn't do that. So I don't know. Do not know what the
Okay.
I think you just run double surge for your heavy and the scabs, and you just ditch recuperation. That's probably how you play the game. If that's not possible, but
Yeah, I guess. Once upon a time, surges used to be on your class item, right? Or no, it was on.
No.
It was the font of might.
yeah.
Put that on. So it was a bit less annoying and still made for trade-offs. But we also didn't have the loadout system back then. If we had the loadout system back then, you'd probably still do the same shit back then.
I see. Okay. Okay. Well, I will go to bed now.
All
But
right.
yeah,
Word.
it's been a really nice conversation with you guys. I appreciate it a lot.
It's been fun.
No worries. It was fun.
And, yeah, it was nice just like talking about the game. But yeah, yeah, I just want to say thank you so much, guys, for like your time and like all the info. It was really cool.
No worries. Hope we
No worries.
but you can actually make sense of it and
I
apply it.
I do, yeah, yeah, and I will definitely for sure. 100%.
If you have like more questions, anyways, of whatever sort, like feel free to ask. It's not like I have to do anything until Fellowship releases.
Yeah,
like
so,
throughout
no,
the
of
days, if you
course.
come across something.
yeah. I mean, most Destiny players like it's kind of like lax until the expansion launches, right? So everyone seems to always have like free time to like talk or stuff.
There ain't
Kinda
shit
funny.
to do in the game right now if you're caught up with everything.
Yeah. No, definitely. Oh,
Well, did you
alright,
see the Duane ads that did to Obama?
Yeah, I saw the clip. God.
Is Goldie like, bro? It like so there is this
She's
bug
so
where
cooked,
Goldie
man.
can randomly double damage,
Oh, really?
and like he fucking one shot Nazarek final stand with it. Like it's insane.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Enjoyable death. yeah, I don't want to hold you too much longer. So if you're trying to go to
Yeah,
bed,
for sure.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'll get you. We should do this again sometime, though, for sure.
Sure.
And,
Sure.
more caught up with the game and stuff.
Down. If you wanna play sometimes, like I'm down. I'm not gonna like.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna play with you stuff that you haven't played because I don't wanna like ruin your blind runs, I
Mhm.
guess. But yeah.
We can do something together for sure.
Mm.
I would like that. But no, I'll catch you guys later. I hope you guys
Alright.
have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you guys later.
You
Word,
too.
take it
See
easy, Andy.
you.
Have a good night.
All right. Good night. Good night.
Good night.
It's like you.